My radio cracked twice before the message even came through clearly. New assignment, Highway 37, dead-end stretch, you're alone on this one. I stared at the dashboard for a second longer than I should have. The engine was still running, but something about that name didn't sit right with me. Highway 37 wasn't supposed to exist in active patrol logs, at least not according to the maps I trained on. I looked down at my GPS. The screen flickered like it was struggling to decide where I was. The blue dot blinked, then jumped half a mile off the road, then snapped back again like it was nervous. Confirm location, I said into the radio. A pause. Then dispatch replied, slower than usual, you are already on it. That was the first thing that made my chest tighten, because I hadn't even started driving yet. The road ahead of me stretched into darkness like a cut in the land. No streetlights, no signs of life, just dry wind pushing dust across cracked asphalt. Even the air felt older here, like it hadn't been disturbed in a long time. I checked my rearview mirror. Nothing behind me, no patrol backup, no traffic, no movement. Just the feeling that once I moved forward, I might not see the same road twice again. Still, I put the car in drive. The tires rolled forward slowly, almost reluctantly, like the vehicle itself didn't want to enter that stretch of highway. The first few minutes were normal, too normal, that's what made it worse. Engine steady, radio quiet, no interference. But the GPS started acting strange again. Not just glitching this time, changing. The road label on the screen blinked from Highway 37 to something else. Then back again. Then it went blank entirely. I reached to adjust the radio dial, but before I could, a soft static whisper slid through the speaker. Not words, not exactly. More like someone breathing too close to a microphone. I slowed down. The road signs began to appear more frequently now, but something was off about them. They were too new in some places, too rusted in others, like they didn't belong to the same time. One sign read, "Next town 12 miles." Then 5 minutes later, another sign said, "No town beyond this point." I frowned. That shouldn't be possible. Signs don't argue with each other. I marked it mentally, trying to stay focused. Rookie mistake number 1. Let the road get into your head. But this road wasn't just quiet. It was listening. And I could feel it every time I blinked. My radio clicked again. This time it wasn't dispatch. It was a different voice. Unit 14, respond. I froze. There was no Unit 14 assigned to this sector. I knew that for a fact. I checked the roster before I left. Still, I answered automatically. This is Unit 9, repeat transmission. A long silence followed. Then the voice came back closer now, almost calm. You're early. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Early for what? I asked. No response. Just static again. Then silence so heavy it felt like pressure inside the cabin. I should have turned around right then. Any sane officer would have, but something about the road behind me made that thought uncomfortable. I glanced in the mirror again. The highway I had just driven on didn't look the same. It was darker, longer, like it had stretched while I wasn't looking. I blinked hard. When I looked again, the distance markers were gone. There was no back, only forward. My throat went dry. That's when I saw the first car. It was parked on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking weakly. I slowed down. A stranded vehicle at night wasn't unusual, but this one felt wrong from the moment I saw it. No movement inside. Doors shut. Windows fogged from the inside like someone had been breathing there recently. I pulled over, mostly out of habit. I stepped out slowly, boots crunching against gravel that wasn't supposed to be there. The road shoulder had turned uneven, like it had shifted terrain. The air outside was colder than it should have been. I approached the car. The driver's seat was empty, but the seatbelt was still fastened. That detail made my stomach tighten, because someone had been sitting there until very recently. I looked through the back window. Nothing. No luggage, no signs of struggle. Just an empty car that looked like it had been abandoned mid-breath. My radio crackled again from inside my patrol unit. I rushed back. Static filled the cabin, but underneath it I heard it again. The same voice. "This is where you stop." I swallowed hard. "Who is this?" I asked. The response came instantly. "You already know." My hand hovered over the ignition. For a second I thought about revering, leaving, ignoring protocol completely. But then the GPS screen lit up again, this time showing a full route. Not back. Forward. It was mapped like a living thing. And at the end of that route, there was a blinking point labeled. Unit location, U. My heart dropped. I shut the GPS off immediately. Bad idea. The dashboard lights flickered. The radio died. Then the engine cut out. Silence swallowed everything. Not even wind outside. Just nothing. I sat there, breathing too loud in my own ears. Then I noticed something I shouldn't have. Footprints outside my car. Fresh. Circling my vehicle slowly. I didn't open the door. I just watched them move. One step at a time. Around me. Like someone was checking if I was still inside. But there was no shadow. No figure. Only movement on the ground, forming shapes that didn't match anything physical. I whispered into the dead radio, "Dispatch, I need assistance." No answer. Then softly, not from the radio, from outside, "You were sent alone." I turned sharply. Nothing. Just empty highway. But the footprints were gone now, replaced by tire marks. Fresh ones, like another patrol car had just left. Or arrived. I don't know which one scared me more. I got back inside and locked the doors. My hands were shaking now, not from cold, but from that growing feeling that the rules of this place were wrong. Not broken, just rewritten. The engine suddenly turned back on by itself. No key movement. No ignition. Just alive again. I didn't touch anything. The car started rolling forward slowly, as if the road had decided I was done stopping. I grabbed the radio again. Static. Then a voice, not the same one this time. Calmer. Almost familiar. Continue patrol. I pressed the brakes. They didn't respond. My breathing got faster. I tried the emergency stop. Nothing. The car kept moving forward. The road ahead stretched longer than before. The horizon looked farther away now, like it was retreating from me. That's when I noticed the road sign again. Same metal post. But the writing had changed. It now said, "Welcome back, officer." My skin went cold, because I had never been here before. And yet, something about that message felt like it had been waiting a long time to say it. The radio clicked one last time before the end of the chapter, and the voice whispered something that didn't feel like a transmission. It felt like recognition. You made it further than the others. Then silence. But the road didn't stop, and neither did the feeling that I was no longer being sent somewhere. I was being kept. The car shouldn't have been there. That was the first thought that hit me the moment my headlights caught it sitting dead center on Highway 37. Hazard lights blinking. Slow. Weak. like whoever owned it had run out of patience before they ran out of fuel. But the engine was still running. I could hear it even before I stopped. A low, uneven rumble in the silence. Wrong in a way I can't fully explain. Because stranded cars don't sound alive. This one did. My patrol car slowed automatically, like it recognized danger before I did. Gravel crunched under the tires as I pulled closer to the shoulder. The road around me was too empty, too clean, like nothing had passed through here in a long time. Except this car. It looked recent. Too recent. Steam was still faintly rising from the hood. I swallowed hard and reached for my radio. Static. No dispatch. No background chatter. Just that same thin, restless noise like something breathing through broken speakers. I stepped out. The air outside felt colder than inside the car. Not weather cold. Something else. Like the temperature dropped because I noticed the wrong thing. The vehicle in front of me was a sedan. White, ordinary, no visible damage. But the driver's door was shut tight. Too tight. Like it had been sealed from the outside. I walked closer. Each step sounded louder than it should have. And the strangest part hit me halfway there. There were no footprints leading away from the car. None. Just tire marks coming in. Nothing going out. That didn't make sense. I circled the vehicle slowly, keeping my hand near my holster without even realizing it. Training takes over in moments like this, even when your mind is already questioning what normal means. The windows were fogged from the inside. Fresh fog. Someone had been breathing in there recently. I leaned closer to the driver's window. "Hello," I said. My voice sounded too loud in the still air. No response. But something shifted inside the car. A small movement. Like fabric sliding against seat leather. I stepped back immediately. My pulse kicked up. "Dispatch, I've got an abandoned vehicle on Highway 37. Requesting status check," I said into my radio. Nothing. Just static again. Longer this time. Stretching like it didn't want to end. Then faintly. A click. Not from my radio. From inside the car. I froze. The sound repeated. Click. Click. Like a seatbelt being released. But there was no one visible inside. I moved around to the passenger side, slower now. Careful, controlled breathing. That part of training you use when you don't trust your own instincts anymore. The passenger seat was empty. Backseat empty too. But the driver's seat. The headrest was tilted forward slightly. Like someone had just leaned out of it. Or collapsed. I tried the handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. But not normally. Because I could see the locking mechanism inside the door moving on its own. Slowly. Like something was testing it. My stomach tightened. I stepped back again, scanning the road behind me. Empty. Still empty. But the silence felt heavier now. Not quiet. Waiting. I took a breath and reached for my flashlight. The beam cut through the fogged glass as I shined it inside. That's when I saw it. The steering wheel was still warm. Not glowing. Not dramatic. Just slightly discolored by heat. Recent heat. As if someone had been gripping it seconds ago. But there was no driver. No movement. No body. Just evidence of something that refused to leave a trace. My radio suddenly crackled so sharply, I almost dropped it. A voice came through. Not dispatch. Not anyone I recognized. Do not open it. I froze. My eyes snapped back to the car. Who is this? I asked quickly. Only static answered me. Then silence again. I should have walked away. I knew that. Every instinct I was screaming it. But my training also told me something else. Report everything. Document everything. Confirm everything. So I moved closer again. The back door this time. The handle looked too normal. I reached out slowly. My fingers touched it. And for a second the car alarm chirped. Soft. Almost like a warning breath. I pulled my hand back instantly. The sound stopped. Dead silence again. Then something worse happened. The hazard light stopped blinking. Not fading. Not dying. Just stopping at the exact same time. Like someone had switched them off from inside. But no one was inside. I circled the front of the car again, trying to keep my mind steady. Trying to label everything as mechanical failure, coincidence, bad wiring. Anything except what it felt like. Because what it felt like was awareness. Like the car knew I was there. And didn't like it. My flashlight flickered. Just once. Then steadied. But in that split second of darkness, I saw something I shouldn't have. A shadow inside the car. Sitting in the driver's seat. Perfectly still. I snapped the light back on immediately. Empty. Completely empty. My breathing got sharper. Okay, I whispered to myself. Focus. I tried the trunk next. It was locked. Of course. But when I touched it, the metal was warm too. Not engine heat. Different. Like something had been sitting pressed against it from the inside. I stepped back again. And that's when I noticed the road. The highway behind me looked longer than before. Not just distance. Perspective. Like the world had stretched itself slightly while I wasn't paying attention. I blinked hard. Looked again. Same road. But somehow less real. My radio crackled again. This time the voice was closer. Almost calm. You're standing too near it. I spun around. Nothing. No cars. No people. Just empty Highway 37 disappearing into darkness. I pressed the radio hard. Identify yourself. Silence. Then the voice returned. Not answering me. Speaking like it already knew me. It didn't stop for you. That's why it's still warm. My throat tightened. I looked back at the car. The windshield fog had thickened. Like the inside was filling with breath again. Slow. Patient. I stepped closer without meaning to. And for the first time, I saw movement behind the fog. Not a full shape. Just suggestion. Something leaning forward inside. Testing the space. Waiting for me to do something stupid. My hand hovered over my holster. Then stopped. Because the radio clicked again. One last transmission came through. Clear this time. Too clear. Walk away from the vehicle. Do not complete the interaction. I froze. Interaction. That word didn't feel right. Like it wasn't just a warning. It was a rule. A system rule. The car's engine suddenly dipped in sound. Then rose again. Like it had noticed me noticing it. I took one slow step back. Then another. The fog inside the windshield shifted again. Following me. Not aggressively. Not fast. Just aware. And that's when I realized something that made my stomach turn cold. The car hadn't broken down. It had stopped here. On purpose. Because it was waiting for the right patrol unit to arrive. Me. My radio went dead after that. No static. No voice. Just gone. And as I finally turned away from the car and forced myself back toward my patrol unit, I made the mistake of looking in the rearview mirror. The car was still there. Hazard lights back on. Engine running steady now. Like nothing had ever been wrong. But the driver's seat was no longer empty. And it wasn't looking at the road. It was looking at me. Even though I hadn't seen a face yet. The radio didn't just go silent. It forgot me. That's the only way I can describe it. 1 second I was on Highway 37, watching that broken car disappear in my rearview mirror, and the next second, my entire communication system turned into dead air. Not static, not interference. Just absence. Like someone had erased the channel I was standing on. I tapped the radio once. Nothing. Again. Still nothing. My fingers tightened around it. That's when the first voice came through. But it wasn't mine. And it wasn't dispatch. It sounded like someone speaking from the wrong side of a wall. Unit 9, why did you stop? My foot slipped slightly on the accelerator without me realizing it. I looked at the dashboard. Unit 9 was me. But I hadn't reported stopping. I swallowed hard. Dispatch, repeat last transmission, I said. Silence. Then the voice returned again, closer this time. Unit 9, you're off route. I turned my head toward the empty highway. Nothing moved out there. But the sound, it felt like it was coming from the road itself. Not the radio. The road. I pulled over instinctively. The tires rolled onto gravel that shouldn't have been there. The shoulder of Highway 37 felt uneven now, like the land was adjusting under me. I picked up the mic again. This is Unit 9. I am stationary. Confirm dispatch status. Nothing. Then, a new voice. Different tone. Calmer. Too calm. Copy that, Unit 9. We show you already arrived. My throat tightened instantly. Arrived where? I asked. No answer. Just a soft click. Then another voice cut in immediately after it. Same channel. Same frequency. But not the same system. Unit 9, do not proceed past mile marker shift. I froze. Mile marker shift. That wasn't standard language. I looked out the windshield. The road signs ahead were still there, barely visible in the dark. But something felt wrong about them. Like they were closer than before. Or I was closer than I should be. I checked my GPS. It flickered once, then showed something that made my stomach drop. Location, unregistered segment. Below it, a second line appeared. Active UNITS 3. That made no sense. I was alone. I double-checked the system manually. Same result. 3 units. But only one radio ID matched mine. I whispered, that's not possible. Then the radio cracked again. This time, multiple voices came through at once. Overlapping. Breaking each other apart. Unit 12 reporting visual. Negative contact. Road is repeating. Do not answer Unit 9. I jerked the volume knob down. But the voices didn't lower. They stayed the same. Inside my head now. Not in the speaker. I turned the radio completely off. Silence returned. But it didn't feel like relief. It felt like I had just covered my ears in a room that was still screaming. I sat there for a moment, trying to steady my breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Count. Focus. That's what they teach you. But Highway 37 didn't care about training. Because then I heard it. Knocking. From outside my car. 3 slow taps on the driver's window. I froze. My eyes shifted slowly. No movement outside. Just darkness pressed against the glass. Then the radio turned itself back on. No power switch. No ignition. Just alive again. And this time, it wasn't static. It was voices talking like I was already part of their conversation. Unit 9 has visual contact. Confirm identification. It's responding late. No, it's listening first. My breath got shallow. I reached for the mic again, but stopped halfway. Because something changed outside. The road. It was quieter than before. Like sound itself had moved away from me. Then I saw it. In the mirror. Behind my patrol car. Another vehicle. Same model. Same lights. Parked exactly where I had been minutes ago. But I hadn't seen it arrive. No engine sound. No dust movement. Nothing. It was just there. Waiting. The radio clicked again. A single voice now. Direct. Close. Unit 9, why are you looking at yourself? I felt my skin go cold. I turned around fast. Nothing behind me. Just empty road. But the mirror still showed the second patrol unit. And inside that second car, someone was sitting in the driver's seat, looking at me. My hands tightened on the wheel. That unit is not mine, I said out loud. The radio responded immediately. All units are yours. I shook my head. No, I am Unit 9. A pause. Then the voice changed tone slightly. Like it was correcting a child. Not anymore. My heart started pounding harder. I opened the door without thinking. Cold air rushed in. The moment my foot touched the ground, the radio exploded with sound. Not static. Not voices. Commands. Overlapping. Faster. Stronger. Unit separation detected. Memory mismatch increasing. Reassignment in progress. I stepped outside fully. The highway looked longer now. Not just visually. It felt stretched. Like I had stepped into a road that had been pulled too far in both directions. The second patrol car in my mirror was still there. But now it was closer. Even though it hadn't moved. That shouldn't have been possible. I walked slowly toward the front of my vehicle. My flashlight flicked on automatically. I didn't even press it. And in its beam, I saw something on the asphalt. Footprints. Fresh. Circling my car. Not mine. Not random. Deliberate packing. Like someone had been studying my position while I sat inside. I turned quickly. Nothing behind me. But the radio whispered again. Not through speaker. Through the air. You are the duplicate now. I froze. That word didn't sit right. Duplicate. Like I wasn't the original anymore. Like I had been copied into this place. I shook my head again. No, I'm real. The radio responded instantly. Prove it. Silence. That was the worst part. Because I couldn't. I couldn't prove anything. Not here. Not on Highway 37. A sudden flash of sound cut through the air. A transmission from dispatch. Clear. Clean. Normal tone. Unit 9, confirm status update. My chest loosened slightly. Finally, something real. I grabbed the mic fast. This is Unit 9. I am on Highway 37, requesting full system reset. Something is interfering with communication. A pause. Long. Too long. Then dispatch responded. But the voice wasn't the same operator. It was slightly older, tired, almost familiar. Unit 9, we don't have a Highway 37 in this sector. I blinked. What? Static. Then another voice joined in. You are not assigned to any active patrol. My grip tightened. That's not possible. I received dispatch orders. No, the voice interrupted gently. You received echo instructions. My blood ran cold. Echo. That word hit harder than anything else, because it sounded like I had been responding to something that wasn't original. Something repeating. Something recycled. I turned slowly toward my patrol car. The dashboard lights flickered, and for a brief second, I saw it. My own radio history. But the entries weren't mine. They were older. Repeated. Same messages. Same voice. Same road. Over and over. Like this wasn't my first time here. My throat tightened. No, I whispered. This is my first patrol here. The radio responded instantly. No, it is. Then silence. Complete silence. Even the wind stopped. Even the engine noise disappeared. And in that silence, I heard something I will never forget. A second voice, coming from inside my own car, saying my call sign perfectly. Unit 9 reporting. My breath stopped, because I wasn't in the car anymore. I was standing outside it. So who was speaking inside? I moved slowly toward the driver's seat. The window fogged slightly from within. A shape inside leaned forward. Slow. Controlled. Like it had been waiting for me to look at it. And then the radio came alive one last time. Not dispatch. Not system. Something else entirely. Calm. Final. Recognizing. Welcome back. And the moment I heard that, I realized something worse than everything before. Highway 37 wasn't just giving me signals. It was assigning me a role. And I was no longer sure which version of me was supposed to be answering the next call. The first time I noticed the sign had changed, I thought it was just fatigue. Highway 37 was already messing with my head. The radio situation, the voices, the feeling that I wasn't alone even when I was. So when I saw the road marker shift slightly, I told myself I was imagining it. But then it happened again. And again. And I couldn't ignore it anymore. The sign on the right side of the road, old metal post, faded white paint, was supposed to read Mile 18. I remember it clearly, because I had just passed Mile 19, not even 5 minutes earlier. I even said it out loud. All right, one more stretch. But when I checked my mirror and looked back at the sign, it said Mile 17. I slowed down immediately. My foot hovered over the brake like my body was reacting before my mind could catch up. That's not right, I whispered. I checked forward again. Mile 18. I looked back again. Mile 17. Same sign. Same place. Different number. My pulse tightened. I pulled over. The tires crunched softly against gravel that felt too dry, like it hadn't seen movement in years. I turned off the engine. Silence hit instantly. But it wasn't peaceful silence. It was the kind that feels like something is listening harder now. I stepped out. The air was colder again, not by temperature, by intent, like the road was reacting to me noticing it. I walked toward the sign. Slow. Careful. Each step felt louder than it should have. The metal post stood still in the windless dark. Mile 17. I stared at it, long enough for my eyes to start doubting themselves. No, I said quietly, it was 18. I blinked, looked again. Still 17. I turned around once. Just once. Not even fully. A quick glance back toward my patrol car. And in that exact second, something changed. When I looked back at the sign, it now read mile 16. My breath stopped. I turned fully this time. Nothing moved. No cars. No people. Just empty highway stretching into black distance. I walked back to the sign faster now. This isn't funny, I muttered under my breath. I checked it closely. Paint wasn't fresh. No digital display. No trick mechanism. Just old rusted metal. But the number was wrong. Again, I turned away slowly. Counted to 3 in my head. Then turned back. Mile 15. My stomach dropped. Because I hadn't moved far enough for that to make sense. I wasn't even driving. The road wasn't supposed to change distance like that. I backed up toward my car without taking my eyes off the sign. My radio was still off. I had shut it down after the last transmission. But now, a faint crackle came from inside the dashboard anyway. I froze. Then it spoke. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just calm. You are observing correctly. My throat went dry. I didn't touch the radio. I didn't want to. Who is this? I asked. No answer. Only a soft shift in static. Then the sign changed again. Mile 14. I stepped back further. My boots scraped the gravel. The sound felt wrong, like I was dragging myself away from something that didn't want me to leave. I turned fully toward my patrol car. And for a second, I forgot which direction I had come from. That realization hit harder than anything else. Because I know roads. I know directions. That's basic. But Highway 37 didn't feel like directions anymore. It felt like decisions I hadn't made yet. The radio clicked again. This segment does not permit backward reference. I frowned. What does that even mean? I said. The voice responded instantly. You are not moving away. A pause. Then, you are being corrected. I shook my head. No, that's not possible. I looked back at the sign again. Mile 13. It had dropped 2 numbers while I was speaking. Not gradually. Not in order. Just skipping. Like time wasn't flowing properly here. My breathing got heavier. I walked toward my car again. But halfway there I stopped. Because I noticed something new. My patrol car wasn't exactly where I left it. It was slightly further away. Not much. Maybe 10 feet. But enough to make my brain question itself. I hadn't moved it. I was sure of that. I turned slowly back toward the sign. Mile 12. Then mile 11. It was changing faster now. Each time I shifted my attention. Each time I looked away. It dropped. Like the road was reacting to my awareness. I whispered, "Stop." The radio answered. "We cannot stop reference correction." I clenched my fists. This isn't correction, it's wrong. Silence. Then, you are still inside the segment. My stomach tightened. Inside. That word didn't belong on a road. I walked quickly back to my car, got inside, slammed the door. Locked it. For a second, I felt normal again. Steel engine, dashboard. Something real. But when I looked out the windshield, the sign had changed again. Mile 10. And something else was wrong. There was now another sign behind it. Same style. Same rust. but facing the opposite direction. I hadn't seen it before. It read, Mile 10 right arrow entry confirmed. My throat tightened. Entry. Entry into what? I checked my GPS. Still glitching. Still unstable. But now it showed something new. A circular route. No exit. Just a loop labeled Active Correction Zone. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. This is not real, I whispered. The radio responded instantly. It is real enough to contain you. A chill ran through me. I looked forward again. The road sign had dropped to mile 9. And the second sign was now gone, like it had never existed. I stared at the empty space. My mind started trying to rationalize it. Optical illusion, stress response, night fatigue. But none of those explained the shifting numbers, or the feeling that the road was actively watching my attention. I opened the door again slowly, stepped out. The moment my boots hit the ground. Mile 8. I froze. I hadn't even looked at the sign yet. It changed anyway, because I stepped out. That realization made my skin go cold. It wasn't about looking. It was about presence. I turned slowly. The sign now read mile 7. I whispered, so every time I interact it changes. The radio responded. Yes. One word. Clean. Final. Like it had been waiting for me to understand. I backed away slowly from the car. Mile 6. The numbers were falling faster now. Mile 5. Mile 4. I started breathing faster without meaning to. Stop, I said again. But nothing stopped. Because this wasn't a system that listened. It was a system that processed. I turned my head away from the sign completely. Just looked at the road ahead. And that's when I noticed something worse. The distance markers in the far road were now disappearing behind me. Not moving. Erasing. Like the road was deleting itself after I acknowledged it. I felt my mind slip for a second, trying to hold onto something stable. Anything. But there was nothing stable here. Only change. Only correction. The radio clicked again. You are approaching 0 reference point. I swallowed hard. What happens at 0? I asked. Silence. Long enough to feel intentional. Then the answer came. You are no longer a unit. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. What does that mean? No answer. Just static. But outside, the final sign shifted again. Mile 1. Then, mile 0. And beneath it, a new line appeared. I leaned forward slowly. My breath stuck in my throat. The words on the sign were not written in paint anymore. They looked freshly etched, like they had just been carved while I was watching. It read, Return not required. My radio went completely silent after that. No static, no voice, just dead air. But I didn't feel alone, because when I looked in my side mirror, I saw another patrol car behind me again. Same model, same position, but this time, my headlights were already on. Inside it, and someone was sitting in the driver's seat. Waiting, not moving, just waiting for me to finish becoming whatever Highway 37 had decided I was supposed to be. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I was the one inside the car, or the one being left outside of it. I turned the car around. That should have been the end of it. A simple decision. Reverse, drive back, report everything. Let higher command deal with the mess on Highway 37. But the moment I shifted into reverse, the road behind me wasn't there anymore. Just gone. Not blocked. Not damaged. Gone like it had never been built. My foot stayed on the brake. For a second, I thought maybe my eyes were just adjusting to the dark. Maybe I missed something. So I turned forward again. The highway was still there, stretching out like nothing had changed. But the sign I had just passed, mile 0, was no longer behind me. It was ahead. That's when my breathing stopped making sense. I checked the mirror again. Nothing behind me. No road, no shoulder, no dust trail. Just black space where direction used to exist. I whispered, "This isn't possible." My radio crackled instantly. "You are still within route continuity." I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. "Route continuity," I repeated. I turned around. A pause. Then the voice came back, calm like it was explaining something basic. "You did not exit." My throat went dry. I reversed. I clearly reversed. Another pause. Then, reversal is not permitted inside the segment. I stared at the windshield. The road ahead looked normal again. Too normal. Like it had reset itself the moment I stopped questioning it. I slowly drove forward. I didn't have a choice, because behind me wasn't a direction anymore. It was just absence. Minutes passed. Or maybe they didn't. Time had started behaving strangely too. Every mile I crossed felt identical to the last one. Same cracked asphalt. Same dead silence. Same distant flicker of road sign that refused to stay consistent. Then I saw it. The patrol car ahead of me, parked on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking slowly. My foot instinctively pressed the brake. I stared harder. It was my patrol car. Same model. Same dent on the rear bumper. Even the radio antenna slightly bent to the left. I slowed down completely. "Okay, no," I whispered. "That's not possible." But it was there. Exact. Waiting. As I got closer, I saw movement inside. A figure in the driver's seat, sitting perfectly still, facing forward, not reacting, not turning, just waiting. My hands started shaking on the wheel. "This is a loop," I said out loud. "It has to be a loop." The radio answered instantly. "It is continuity." I pulled the car over next to it. Engine idling. Air inside the cabin felt heavier now, like it didn't want me to step out again. But I did. Slowly, carefully. My boots hit gravel. Same sound as before. Same emptiness. I walked toward the duplicate patrol car. Every step felt like I had already taken it once. Like my body remembered this moment before my mind did. I reached the driver's side window. Looked inside. My breath stopped. It wasn't empty. It was me. Sitting there. Same uniform. Same posture. But the face wasn't fully clear. Like the reflection hadn't finished loading. The figure inside turned its head slowly toward me. Not quickly. Not startled. Recognizing. I stepped back immediately. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." The radio in my real car cracked violently. Unit separation detected. I turned my head sharply. "Stop saying that," I shouted. Silence. Then the voice returned. "You have already been logged." I froze. Logged where? No answer. Only static. I looked back at the duplicate car. The figure inside was gone. Empty seat now. But the engine was running. That made it worse. because nothing was supposed to be controlling it. I backed away slowly. My boots scraped the ground. And that's when I noticed something new. The road markings. They weren't just fading anymore. They were repeating. The same cracks in the asphalt. The same oil stains. The same broken white line pattern. Identical. Like the road had copied a small section and stretched it forward endlessly. I turned back toward my car. And for a moment, I forgot which one was mine. Both looked the same. Both felt correct in different ways. My radio clicked again. You are approaching origin overlap. I frowned. Origin overlap. The voice answered immediately. The point where the root repeats the source. My stomach tightened. So this is a loop, I said again. Yes. I took a shaky breath. How do I exit it? Long silence. Then, you don't. Something inside my chest dropped. I looked at both cars again. One of them had my headlights on. The other didn't. I slowly walked toward the one with lights on. Because instinctively, it felt more real. But halfway there I stopped. Because I noticed something terrifying. The headlights weren't illuminating the road. They were illuminating me. I wasn't casting a shadow forward. I was casting it backward. That shouldn't have been possible. I turned my head slowly and saw it. The road behind me had returned, but only partially, like it was trying to rebuild itself from memory. And inside that rebuilding road, there were faint shapes, vehicles, rows of them, parked, still, all identical to mine, all facing forward, all waiting. I whispered, "How many times has this happened?" The radio responded softly, enough to stabilize the segment. My legs felt weak. I stepped back again. The duplicate patrol car suddenly turned its lights off. My real car's engine sputtered, then stabilized, like both vehicles were negotiating which one of them was supposed to exist. I looked between them, and for the first time, I understood something I didn't want to understand. This wasn't a road that trapped people. It was a road that copied them until it no longer needed the original. My radio crackled one last time. You are no longer inbound. I frowned. What does that mean? A pause. Then the answer came. You are now infrastructure. My breath stopped. The word hit differently than fear. It felt final, like identity had been removed and replaced with function. I stepped toward my car again, slowly, because I didn't trust either version anymore. As I reached the door, I noticed something on the dashboard. A log entry, one I didn't write. It read, Unit 9, Active Route Maintenance. My hand froze midair. Maintenance. Not patrol. Not officer. Maintenance. The radio whispered softly now. Continue forward. I looked up. The highway ahead was stretching again. Longer than before. Cleaner than before. Like it had been repaired while I wasn't paying attention. Behind me, the duplicate patrol car was gone. No trace. No tire marks. Nothing. Just erased. I got back into my car slowly. Started the engine. It turned on instantly. Too instantly. Like it had been waiting for me to accept it again. I drove forward. Because there was no left or right anymore. No back. No exit. Just continuation. Minutes later, or maybe hours, I saw another sign ahead. Mile 0. Again. Same position. Same rusted pole. Same impossible number. I whispered, I already passed this. The radio responded gently. No. A pause. Then, you completed it. My grip tightened. Completed what? Silence. Then the voice softer now. Almost satisfied. The loop. I slowed the car, looked ahead, and realized something that made my entire body go cold. The road wasn't repeating anymore. It was expanding, and I was being placed deeper inside it with every pass. I wasn't trying to get back to base anymore, because base was no longer part of the system I was running in. And as I drove forward again, past mile zero for what felt like the second time, I noticed something sitting in the passenger seat. My radio, still off, but it was playing anyway. And inside it, I heard my own voice answering a call I never remembered receiving. The moment I saw Unit 13 on my assignment sheet, I knew something was wrong. Not suspicious wrong. Not confusing wrong. I mean missing piece of reality wrong. Because I had been on shift rotations for 3 years, and I had never once heard of a Unit 13 in our patrol division. Not in training, not in radio logs, not even in old incident reports. But there it was, clear as day. Patrol assignment, Unit 9 plus Unit 13, Highway 37 sector. I stood in the briefing room longer than I should have. The paper felt normal in my hands, too normal, like it didn't know it was impossible. I looked up at dispatch. Is this a mistake? I asked. The supervisor didn't even hesitate. No mistake, you're partnered today. That answer should have calmed me. It did the opposite, because he didn't say who Unit 13 was. Just that I had one. I flipped the sheet again. Unit 9 me. Unit 13 listed beneath. No name. No badge number. No photo. Just a blank line where identity should have been. I frowned. Where is my partner assigned from? I asked. The supervisor paused for half a second too long. Then he said, same sector. That's when I felt it. That small internal warning you get when something is technically correct, but fundamentally wrong. Same sector doesn't explain a missing identity. It just hides it. Still, I took the assignment. Because that's what you do. You follow orders first. Questions later. At least, that's what I told myself. The patrol car was already running when I reached it. That was the first strange thing. I hadn't started it. Keys were in the ignition. Radio was on. But I clearly remembered locking it earlier. I stood still for a moment, scanning the lot. Empty. No one around. No sign of another officer. Maybe dispatch moved things around, I muttered. I got inside. The seat felt slightly warmer than it should have been. Like someone had just stood up. I ignored it. Training teaches you not to chase discomfort unless it becomes a threat. But Unit 13 already felt like a threat without showing itself. The radio crackled. Unit 9 confirmed departure. I pressed the mic. This is Unit 9, departing now, requesting confirmation on Unit 13 location. Silence. Then dispatch replied. Flat. Normal. Too normal. There is no Unit 13 assigned. I blinked. My foot pressed lightly on the brake. I looked down at the assignment sheet again. It was still there. Ink still visible. Same line. Same blank identity. I spoke again. I'm holding the assignment sheet. It clearly shows Unit 13. Another pause. Then dispatch said something that made my grip tighten. Unit 9 checked the sheet again. I did, and my stomach dropped. The second line was gone. Completely blank. Not erased. Not faded. Just empty space where writing had been seconds ago. I felt my throat go dry. I just saw it, I said. No answer. Only static. Then a voice cut in. Not dispatch. Not official. Low. Calm. Stop looking at paperwork. I froze. That voice didn't come through the radio. It came through the cabin speaker system itself, like it was already inside the vehicle. I looked around slowly. Empty passenger seat. Empty backseat. But the air felt occupied, like the space beside me had started listening. Who is this? I asked. No answer. Only a faint click. Then, the radio switched channels by itself. A new frequency opened, and I heard breathing. Not static, not interference. Breathing. Close. Controlled. Human. Unit 9, the voice said softly. I went cold instantly. That's Unit 13 call sign, I said without thinking. A pause. Then the voice responded. You remember me. My pulse jumped. No, I said quickly. I don't. There is no Unit 13. Silence. Then the breathing stopped, and the voice said something that didn't sound like a reply. It sounded like correction. I'm already inside the assignment. My hands tightened on the wheel. That's not how assignments work. The voice replied instantly. This one does. The radio cracked loudly, cutting the channel. Back to silence. I sat there for a moment, breathing shallow, trying to reset my thoughts, because that wasn't possible. No officer can just exist inside an assignment. That's not how systems work. But Highway 37 kept proving systems wrong lately. The engine shifted slightly. I didn't touch anything. The car rolled forward. Slow. Automatic. Like the route had already been chosen. I pressed the brake. It worked. Barely. I checked the gear. Still in park. That made my skin tighten. Something was moving the vehicle without permission. I whispered, "This is not happening." The radio responded instantly. "It is already in motion." I turned it off. Physical switch. Power cut. Or so I thought. Because the speaker still spoke. Quieter now. Closer. Do you see me yet? I turned sharply. Empty passenger seat. But the seatbelt buckle was slightly bent forward, like someone had just leaned over it. My breathing got heavier. "No," I said firmly, "there is no one here." The voice replied softly. I didn't say I was visible. That sentence didn't sit right, because it meant something worse than invisibility. It meant presence without form. The patrol car suddenly passed the station gates. I hadn't even noticed leaving. The road outside had already changed. Less city. More emptiness. More distance. Highway 37 began ahead like a cut in the world. And the moment my tires touched it, the radio came alive again. But this time, 2 channels opened at once. Dispatch on one. The voice on the other. Overlapping. Fighting for space. Dispatch said, "Unit 9 proceed to sector boundary." The other voice said, "We're already past it." I felt my stomach twist. I looked at the GPS. It showed Unit 13 active, co-located. My hand froze. "What does co-located mean?" I asked out loud. The voice answered instantly. "It means I'm where you are." I turned slowly toward the passenger seat again. Still empty, but now the air felt heavier there, like something was finally settling into position. The radio flickered. Dispatch voice returned. Unit 9, confirm if you can see your partner. I hesitated, then answered carefully. I don't see anyone. A pause. Then dispatch said something strange. Try not looking directly. I frowned. What does that mean? No answer. Only static. Then the other voice came back. Closer than before. You're doing it again. I swallowed. Doing what? A soft pause. Then, denying structure. The car jolted slightly. Not mechanical. Something else. Like the road itself had adjusted under the tires. I gripped the wheel tighter. The windshield reflected the empty passenger seat. But for half a second, just half a second, I saw a shape sitting there. Not fully formed. Not solid. Just suggestion. Like a person remembered wrong. I blinked hard. Gone. Nothing. My breathing turned shallow. That's not real, I whispered. The voice responded immediately. Neither am I, not in your sense. I turned off the radio completely. Silence. Real silence this time. For maybe the first time since leaving the station. But it didn't last. Because the dashboard screen lit up without power. And it displayed a message I never installed. Unit 13, requesting access. My hand hovered above it. I didn't touch anything. The message changed. Can you feel me yet? I stepped on the brakes hard. The car stopped. But the feeling didn't. Because now I could feel something that wasn't physical. Not touching. Not pressing. Just awareness. Like someone sitting just outside the edge of perception, waiting for me to accept they were there. The radio speaker cracked again, even though it was off. And the voice spoke one final time. Calm. Close. Not threatening. Worse. Familiar. We were assigned together for a reason. I whispered, no, we were. A pause. Then the voice said, you just don't remember me yet. And in that moment, I realized the assignment sheet wasn't missing Unit 13. It was just waiting for me to accept what had already been written into it. Because somewhere inside this patrol, I was never alone to begin with. And Highway 37 wasn't assigning me a partner. It was revealing the one I had been sharing this shift with the entire time. The radio wasn't supposed to have that channel. I checked it twice, then a third time. But there it was, a frequency I had never seen before, sitting between two dead bands like it had always been there, just waiting for me to notice it. No label, no name, just a flickering number that kept changing every time I looked away. I should have ignored it. That's what training says. Unknown channels are never safe. But Highway 37 had already broken that rule for me once. So I hesitated. And that hesitation was enough. I turned the dial slowly. The moment I touched it, the speaker hissed. Not static. Something heavier. Like air being pulled through something alive. I froze. My hand stayed on the dial, but I didn't move it further. The hiss turned into something else. Breathing. Close. Controlled. Like someone trying not to be heard. I whispered, dispatch, confirm unknown frequency active. No response. Only that breathing. Then a sound shifted inside the speaker. Footsteps. Soft. Slow. Not outside my car. Inside the transmission. I pulled my hand back instantly. "What channel is this?" I said out loud. Silence. Then, a voice, but it didn't speak like a person answering. It spoke like it had already been listening for a long time. "You finally found it." My throat tightened. "Identify yourself," I said. A pause. Then the breathing returned, closer now. Not loud, just aware, like it had moved closer to the edge of the microphone. I was waiting for someone still on record. That sentence didn't make sense, but it made my chest tighten anyway. I looked at the radio unit. The frequency number was still flickering, still unstable, still changing every time I blinked. I tried switching channels. Nothing worked. Every dial I turned just brought me back to that same frequency, like everything else had been removed. Only this remained. I whispered, "This is Unit 9. Confirm emergency interference." No dispatch. No backup. Just the voice again. Calmer now. Almost relieved. "You're alone in the vehicle." I hesitated. Something about that question felt wrong. Not in wording. In intent. Like it already knew the answer, but wanted me to say it anyway. "Yes," I said slowly. A pause. Then, "That's what they told you." My grip tightened on the steering wheel. "What do you mean?" The breathing returned instead of an answer. But now it wasn't just breathing. There was movement under it. Small shifts. Like fabric brushing against metal. Like someone adjusting their position in a tight space. I felt my stomach drop. "Where are you?" I asked. No response. Only a soft click. Then the radio transmitted something I didn't expect. A second audio layer opened beneath the breathing. Faint. Distant. Another voice. Different frequency. Dispatch. But corrupted. Broken. "Unit 13, do you copy? Signal unstable." I froze instantly. That name again. Unit 13. But this time it wasn't on paper. It was on the air. The breathing stopped. Complete silence followed. Then the unknown voice returned. Quieter now. Closer. I don't use that designation anymore. My throat went dry. "Who are you then?" A pause. Then the answer came slowly, like it was choosing each word carefully. "I'm what's left when the channel is still open after the assignment ends." My hands went cold. That didn't make sense. Assignments don't end like that. Not like this. Not like a person staying behind inside a frequency. I leaned back slightly, scanning the mirrors. Empty road. Empty darkness. But the feeling of being observed had doubled. Like the air itself had started paying attention to me. The radio clicked again. And this time the voice changed tone. Less calm. More urgent. "You shouldn't be hearing me this early." My eyes narrowed. This early. Silence. Then, "You're still driving the first loop." My foot instinctively eased off the accelerator. "What loop?" The voice didn't answer directly. Instead, I heard something else inside the channel. A low mechanical echo. Like tires rolling over the same stretch of asphalt again and again. But slightly wrong each time. Not repeating perfectly. More like remembering. Then the voice came back. "You passed me before I was fully active." My pulse quickened. "I never passed you," I said. A pause. Then the voice replied softly. "Yes, you did." My breathing got heavier. I looked at the radio unit like it might physically explain itself. But instead, the screen flickered. And for a second, I saw something in it. Not data, not signal, a reflection, a second seat inside my car. Occupied. I turned sharply. Nothing. Empty passenger seat. But the radio continued anyway. You keep missing me because you only look forward. I frowned. That doesn't make sense. A soft shift of sound, like someone leaning closer. Try looking behind you. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed not to. But I checked the rearview mirror anyway. Nothing. Just empty highway stretching into black. But then, the radio transmitted a faint image-like distortion. A road. The same road I was on. But reversed. And on that reversed road, a patrol car. Following me. Same model. Same lights. But slightly out of sync with my movements. I froze. That's not possible, I whispered. The voice responded immediately. It is when the channel overlaps. My chest tightened. What overlaps? A pause. Then, you and me. The radio hissed again. And suddenly the breathing returned. But this time it wasn't alone. There were footsteps within. Inside the transmission. Closer. Faster. Like someone walking toward the microphone from the other side of the line. I turned the volume down instinctively. But it didn't help. The sound stayed the same. Like it wasn't coming from the device anymore. Like it was coming from somewhere else entirely. The passenger seat shifted slightly. I saw it from the corner of my eye. Just a dip. Like someone had sat down for half a second. Then gone still. I turned slowly. Empty again. But the seatbelt was slightly pulled across the seat now. Tight. Freshly moved. My breathing got shallow. This is Unit 9, I said into the radio again. I am requesting immediate extraction from Highway 37. Silence. Then the unknown voice answered. No extraction is available. My grip tightened. Why not? A pause. Then, because you are inside the channel now. The word hit harder than it should have. Inside. Not on. Not near. Inside. I looked at the radio again. The frequency number had stabilized now. For the first time. No longer flickering. It read something clearly. Not a normal channel, but a label. Active line occupied. My throat tightened instantly. Occupied by who? I asked. The voice didn't answer immediately. Instead, the breathing returned. Slow, steady, and then it said something that made my blood go cold. By the one you replaced. I froze. Replaced. Silence. Then the voice came closer than ever before. Yes. A pause. You were not the first Unit 9 on this route. My hands started shaking. That's impossible, I said. But even as I said it, something inside me didn't fully believe it. Because Highway 37 had already been rewriting too much. The radio suddenly cut all other noise. Just the voice remained. Clear, direct, and almost tired. I was Unit 9 once. That stopped me completely. I didn't speak. I couldn't. The voice continued. I stayed on this frequency too long. A pause, and the road stopped letting me leave. My stomach tightened. What happened to you? Silence. Then, I became the signal. My breathing slowed. Not from calm. From realization I didn't want. The voice wasn't outside the system. It was part of it. Stuck inside transmission itself. Still operating. Still talking. still aware. The radio crackled again, and this time I heard something new inside it. My own breathing, but slightly delayed, like a recording catching up. I turned sharply toward the windshield. The road ahead looked unchanged, but the feeling inside the car was. It felt shared now, like someone else had finally synchronized with me. The voice returned softly. "You're close to full alignment." My throat went dry. Alignment with what? A pause. Then the answer came. With the channel that never closes. The radio hissed. And for a brief moment, I swear I heard my own voice speaking back through it. Not repeating what I said, saying something I hadn't said yet. And as I gripped the wheel tighter, staring into the empty highway ahead, I realized the worst part wasn't the voice on the line. It was the fact that it already sounded like it knew exactly how my next sentence would end. I saw the checkpoint before I heard anything. That was the first thing that felt wrong. Because on Highway 37, there was never supposed to be a checkpoint. Not here. Not this far out. But it stood there anyway, right in the middle of the road like it had always belonged. Bright floodlights, metal barriers, a small security booth with glass windows glowing faintly inside, and a sign hanging above it that read, "Road control authorized stop only." My foot eased off the accelerator without me deciding to. The patrol car slowed on its own, like it recognized something I didn't. I whispered, "What is this place?" No answer came from the radio this time. Not even static. Just silence. And that silence felt heavier than anything I had heard before. I pulled closer. The checkpoint looked active. Too active. 2 guards stood near the barrier. Perfect posture. Reflective vests. Flashlights hanging at their sides. Everything looked normal. Almost comforting. But there was one problem. They weren't moving. Not even slightly. I stopped the car completely. Engine idling. Headlights washing over the checkpoint. And still, no reaction. No wave. No signal. Nothing. I frowned. "Hello," I called out through the window. No response. I stepped out slowly. Cold air hit my face immediately. Strange cold. Not natural. More like the air had been waiting too long in one place. I walked toward the checkpoint gate. Gravel under my boots sounded too sharp. Too loud. Like the silence was forcing every sound to be noticed. The 2 guards were still standing there, one on each side of the barrier. Their faces were visible now. Blank, not emotionless, just absent, like something had copied the shape of a person and forgotten the expression. My throat tightened. "This is Unit 9, I said out loud. "State your identity." Nothing. Not even a blink. I looked at the security booth. Inside I could see movement. At least I thought I could. A faint shadow shifting behind the glass. I walked closer. The glass door was slightly open. Just a crack. I pushed it gently. It swung inward with no resistance. Inside the booth, there were 3 more people. Sitting at desks. Facing monitors. All of them still. All of them silent. Their screens were on, but not showing anything normal. Just the same image repeating. Road control active hold. I stepped inside carefully. The air was colder here. Denser. Like I had entered a space that hadn't been opened in a long time. "Hello," I said again. Still nothing. But the strangest part. They were all looking at their screens. Not blinking. Not breathing visibly. just fixed in place. I moved closer to one of them. A man in uniform. I raised my hand slightly. "Sir?" No response. I leaned in. His eyes were open, but empty, not unconscious, not asleep, just paused, like a system frozen mid-process. I swallowed hard. Then something happened that made my chest tighten instantly. His radio crackled. Not mine. His. A voice came through. Clear, calm, familiar in a way I didn't like. Checkpoint status confirmed. All three seated figures responded at the same time, but not with words, with a synchronized head movement, a slight tilt, perfectly aligned, like they had all been triggered by the same signal. My breath hitched. I stepped back slowly. "This is wrong," I whispered. The radio in my patrol car suddenly turned on by itself. Even from inside the booth, I could hear it. That same voice again. Closer now. "You found the hold point." I turned sharply toward the door. "What hold point?" I asked. No answer. Instead, the monitors inside the booth flickered. The text changed. From Road Control Active Hold to Unit 9 DATSCTD. My stomach dropped instantly. "No," I whispered. I backed out of the booth quickly. The moment my foot hit the outside ground, everything moved. The guards blinked. The seated operators shifted slightly, like someone had finally pressed play. I froze. One of the guards turned his head slowly toward me. Not fast, not aggressive, just aware. Then the second guard followed. Perfect delay, perfect synchronization. They were looking at me now. I stepped back instinctively. "What is this place?" I asked again, louder this time. The radio answered instead. "Containment checkpoint." I shook my head. "That's not a real classification." The voice responded instantly. "It is for you." A cold feeling spread through my chest. I looked around the checkpoint again. It looked normal, but now I noticed details I missed before. No dust movement. No wind effect on flags. No sound from the generators. Everything was visually alive, but acoustically dead, like sound refused to exist here. I walked slowly back toward my patrol car. Every step felt heavier, like the ground was resisting me leaving. Halfway there, the barrier gate started lowering. Slowly, without anyone touching it. Metal groaned softly as it descended, blocking my car. I stopped. "What are you doing?" I shouted. No answer. Just the guards watching me. Still perfectly still again, like they had frozen after completing a task. I ran back toward the booth. "Open the gate," I demanded. No response. I grabbed the door frame, shook it slightly. Nothing. Then the radio voice came again. Calm, almost patient. "You cannot pass a hold point while unresolved." My chest tightened. Unresolved what? A pause. Then, "Your assignment." I froze. My assignment. Highway 37. Unit 13. Dead frequency. Everything clicked together for half a second, then broke apart again, because none of this made sense. I turned back toward the guards, and for the first time, I saw something new. Their radios were all active, not blinking, not receiving, transmitting. All three of them. Same frequency, same signal, and that signal was mine, my voice, playing back through them. I stepped forward slowly. "No," I whispered, "that's not my transmission." But the radio in my car responded instantly. "Yes, it is." My breathing got faster. I looked at the monitors again, inside the booth. Now they showed something different. A live feed. From inside my own patrol car. Empty seat. Dashboard glowing. Radio speaking without me touching it. And then, the image shifted, and I saw myself, standing outside the checkpoint, looking at it, in real time. I stumbled back. "That's impossible," I said. The voice replied softly. "You are being observed through completion nodes." I shook my head. "No, I'm inside it. I'm not a feed." Silence. Then, "Not anymore." That hit harder than anything before. Because it didn't say I was trapped. It said I was transitioning. I turned toward the barrier again. It was fully closed now. Locked. Sealed. The guards had returned to stillness. But their heads were slightly angled toward me. Like they were waiting for something. My radio crackled again. Final tone. Clear. Direct. "You may proceed when identity stabilizes." I frowned. Stabilizes how? No answer. But something changed in the air. A pressure shift. Like the checkpoint itself was recalibrating. The monitors inside the booth flickered faster now. My image repeated on every screen. Standing. Watching. Waiting. Then something terrifying happened. One of the seated operators inside the booth slowly stood up, turned toward me, and spoke for the first time. Not through radio. Not through static. Directly. His mouth moved slowly. And he said, "You are not cleared because you are still dividing." My throat tightened. "Dividing," I repeated. He nodded slightly, then added, "Between routes." The moment he said that, my radio exploded with static. Loud, violent, and inside it, I heard two versions of my voice at once. One calm, one panicked, speaking over each other. I covered my ears instinctively, but it didn't help. Because the checkpoint lights began to flicker, and the barrier slowly started lifting again. Not opening for me, but for something else. Behind me, I turned slowly, and saw it. Highway 37 didn't look the same anymore. It wasn't a road behind me. It was another checkpoint. Identical. Waiting. And I realized something I didn't want to accept. I wasn't passing through a checkpoint. I was being processed through them. One version at a time. And somewhere ahead, something was waiting for the final version to finish arriving. The first time I saw him, I thought it was a camera glitch. Just a flicker. Just a shadow in the wrong place. But then I saw it again. And again. And I realized something was standing beside me that no one else was reacting to. It started in the control room. I was reviewing CCTV from the checkpoint. Standard procedure. Or at least it should have been. But Highway 37 never stayed standard for long. The screen showed me clearly. Standing near the barrier gate. Talking to the checkpoint officers. Normal posture. Normal movement. But then I noticed something behind my shoulder. A second officer, standing half a step behind me, perfectly aligned. Same uniform, same stance, same gear, but I don't remember him being there. I leaned closer to the monitor. My breath slowed. "That's not right," I whispered. I rewound the footage, frame by frame. There I was, walking, stopping, talking, and behind me, the second figure stayed exactly in sync. Not copying me, not lagging, not mimicking, just already there, like he had always been part of the footage. My stomach tightened. I turned to the technician beside me. "Do you see this?" I asked. He barely looked. "See what?" he said. I pointed at the screen. The officer behind me. He leaned in, squinted, then shook his head. "There's only you on the feed." I froze. "Run it again," I said quickly. He sighed but complied. Same footage, same moment, same checkpoint. But now, I was alone. Completely alone. No second officer. No shadow. Nothing behind me at all. I blinked hard. "That's impossible," I muttered. The technician shrugged. "System sometimes drops secondary overlays." But I wasn't listening anymore. Because I had seen him. Clearly. Too clearly. And my mind didn't feel like it was mixing things up. It felt like something had been removed. I left the control room immediately. I needed air. I needed distance. But the moment I stepped outside, I felt it. That pressure. Like someone standing just behind my left shoulder. Too close. Not touching. But present. I stopped walking. The air around me didn't move right. Even the wind felt hesitant. I slowly turned my head. Nothing. Empty corridor. Empty yard. Just flashing checkpoint lights and the distant hum of Highway 37. I exhaled slowly. "Get it together," I whispered to myself. But then, a radio crackle. Not mine. Someone else's unit. Unit 9 confirmed second presence. My body went cold instantly. I grabbed my radio. "This is Unit 9. Repeat last transmission." Silence. Then, confirmed second presence. Same voice. Same channel. But something was wrong with it. It sounded like it was speaking about me while watching me. I frowned. "What second presence?" I asked. A pause. Then the voice said something that made my chest tighten. "The one standing beside you." I turned sharply. Nothing. Just empty air. But my instincts didn't calm down. They got louder. I walked forward slowly, scanning every angle. "No one is here," I said firmly. The radio responded instantly. "That is incorrect." I stopped, breathing heavier now. "This is Unit 9, I repeated. "I am alone on site." Silence. Then, "You were not alone at deployment." My hands tightened. "That's not in my records." A pause. Then the voice replied softly. "It is in ours." I didn't like that sentence. Ours. Not mine. Not dispatch. Something else. Something shared. I walked toward the CCTV building again. Fast this time. I needed answers. I needed proof. But halfway there, I felt it again. That pressure behind my shoulder. Closer this time. Not just presence. Position. Like someone walking in step with me. I stopped again. My breath caught. Slowly, I turned my head. Nothing. But I swear, for half a second, I saw a reflection in the glass window nearby. Not mine. Another officer, standing directly behind me. Face unclear. Not detailed, just shape. My heart jumped. I spun around immediately. Empty. Stop this, I said out loud. My voice cracked slightly. The radio clicked again. Calm voice. Almost gentle. You keep looking at the wrong angle. I frowned. What does that mean? No answer. Instead, a new CCTV feed activated on my radio screen. Not the station monitor. My handheld unit. Live footage. Checkpoint view. And there I was again, standing near the gate. But this time, I was clearly alone. No second officer. No shadow. Just me, talking to empty air. My stomach dropped. No, I whispered. Then something changed in the footage. The camera shifted slightly, zoomed, and behind me, a faint distortion appeared. Not fully formed, but enough. A human outline, standing still. Perfect alignment with my position. I felt my throat go dry. I looked around the yard again. Empty. But now I couldn't trust empty anymore. The radio crackled softly. You see him now. My voice came out barely above a whisper. Who is he? A pause. Then, he is what the system adds when one operator is insufficient. That made no sense. Insufficient for what? I asked quickly. Silence. Then, continuity. I shook my head. This is nonsense. But my voice didn't sound convinced anymore. Because I could still feel him. Behind me. Perfect distance. Never closer. Never farther. Just there. I started walking again. Slowly. Carefully. Trying not to react. Trying not to confirm anything. Because I realized something terrifying. If I acknowledged him fully, he might become real enough for others to see. I reached the checkpoint gate again. Same place. Same lights. Same frozen guards. But something was different now. One of them looked directly at me. Not my direction. Me. And then he slowly raised his hand. Pointed behind me. My stomach tightened instantly. I didn't turn. I refused. The radio crackled. Do not ignore alignment. My breath got shallow. Alignment with what? I asked. No answer. Then, a soft voice came from directly behind me. Not through radio. Not through speakers. Directly. Close enough that I felt it more than heard it. With me. I froze completely. Every muscle locked. Every instinct screamed. But I didn't turn. I couldn't. Because something in me understood. If I turned too fast, I might confirm something my mind wasn't ready to accept. I whispered, "You're not there." A pause behind me. Then the voice replied calmly, "I have always been here." My heart hammered so hard I could hear it in my ears. I forced myself to speak. "If you were here, others would see you." A soft exhale behind me. They don't look at the same layer. That sentence hit wrong. Layer. Like reality had levels. I swallowed hard. Slowly, I reached for my radio. "This is Unit 9. Request clarification on second operator visibility." Silence. Then dispatch responded. "Flat. Professional. We show only one active unit on field." Relief flickered for half a second. Then, however, my body tensed again. "We do show a secondary trace signature attached to your unit." My grip tightened. "Attached how?" I asked. A pause. Then dispatch said something that made everything collapse inside my chest. Shadow assignment protocol. I closed my eyes for a second. Shadow assignment. That wasn't standard language. That wasn't anything I had ever been trained on. I turned slightly this time. Just a little. Not fully. Enough to see the edge of my peripheral view. And I saw him. Not clearly, but enough. Standing exactly where I expected. Same height. Same uniform outline. But no face. Just absence where identity should be. I stepped back immediately. My breathing went uneven. "This is not real," I said. The voice behind me responded softly. "I am real enough to complete you." I froze. "Complete me," I repeated. A pause. Then, "You are a partial unit." That sentence made my skin go cold. I turned around fully this time. Finally, slowly, and for the first time, I saw him properly, standing right behind me. Same posture, same gear, but incomplete in a way that hurt to look at. Like a reflection that hadn't fully loaded into reality. He didn't move. He didn't blink. But I could feel him, aligned perfectly with my position. Like we shared the same space in different ways. My voice came out barely steady. "What are you?" He tilted his head slightly. And answered, "I am what the system uses when one officer cannot carry the route alone." A pause. Then, "And you are the one it split." My breath stopped. Split. That word echoed harder than anything else. Because suddenly, I couldn't remember certain moments clearly. Small gaps. Missing seconds. Like something had been happening while I wasn't fully there. The radio crackled one last time. Soft. Final. You are now both observed and observer. I stood still. And behind me, I felt him take one step forward. Just one. And for the first time, my shadow didn't move alone anymore. It moved with something else. The clock on my dashboard changed again. Not forward. Not backward. It reset. Back to 11:59 p.m. Same minute, same second, same silence outside the car. I stared at it for a long moment, waiting for it to correct itself. It didn't. The radio crackled softly, like it knew I was watching. No voice yet. Just that low, patient static. Highway 37 stretched ahead like a wound that refused to heal. Same empty road. Same broken streetlights flickering at a distance that never seemed to get closer. I checked my wristwatch. It also reset. My throat tightened. "This is Unit 9, I said into the radio. "Confirm time sync." No response. I tapped the dashboard clock again. Still 11:59. Then the second hand jumped. Not forward. Back. Like it had forgotten where it was going. A cold feeling spread through my chest. Something was wrong with time itself. Not broken. Looped. I kept driving anyway. Because that's what you do on patrol. Even when everything feels wrong. Even when the world starts repeating itself without warning. The road signs appeared again after a bend. Same ones. The ones I had already passed. I slowed down. "No," I whispered. I checked the rearview mirror. Empty road behind me. But I already knew what I would see if I turned fully. So I didn't. The radio suddenly turned on by itself. A calm voice spoke. "You have re-entered active shift." I frowned. I never left it. A pause. Then, You did at 0000. I glanced at the clock again. Still 11:59. No, I said quickly. It hasn't reached midnight. The voice responded softly. It already did. My grip tightened on the wheel. That didn't make sense. Nothing had changed. Everything was still happening. Still moving. Still alive. But the system thought otherwise. I drove forward. The checkpoint from earlier appeared again. Same lights. Same guards. Same frozen structure. My stomach dropped instantly. I had already passed this. I was sure of it. I stopped the car. Engine idling. Headlights washing over the same silent checkpoint. I whispered, "This is impossible." The radio crackled. "You are in repeat cycle territory." I swallowed hard. "What triggers it?" I asked. A pause. Then, unresolved presence continuity. My chest tightened. That phrase again. Continuity. Like something hadn't finished. Like something was still being processed. I stepped out of the car slowly. The air felt heavier than before. Not cold. Not warm. Just paused. Like the world was holding its breath. The guards at the checkpoint stood exactly as before. Same positions. Same lifeless attention. But something felt slightly off. Their heads were turned a few degrees more toward me now. Like they remembered me. I walked toward the barrier. Gravel crushed under my boots. Too loud again. Too intentional. "Hello," I called out. No response. But the radio in my pocket crackled faintly. And a voice came through. Not dispatch. Not system. Him. The second presence. "You're back sooner this time." I froze. "You remember cycles?" I asked. A pause. Then, "I remember all of them." My stomach tightened. "How many times?" I asked. Silence. Then a slow answer. "Enough for your shift to forget itself." I stepped back slightly. "This isn't real," I said under my breath. But even as I said it, I didn't fully believe it anymore. Because the air felt familiar. Not in a comforting way. In a repeated way. Like I had already stood in this exact spot before. And forgotten it. The radio in the patrol car clicked loudly. A new voice came through. "Dispatch." But distorted. "We show Unit 9 reinitiating patrol loop." My breath caught. "Reinitiating," I repeated. "Yes," dispatch confirmed. "Shift restart confirmed." I shook my head immediately. No, I didn't restart anything. A pause. Then dispatch said something that made my chest go cold. "You always say that on loop 3. My throat tightened. Loop 3. I hadn't even considered there were multiple. I turned back toward the road. And that's when I saw it. A faint mark on the asphalt. A tire pattern. Fresh. Leading in a perfect circle. Not forward. Not backward. Just looping around the checkpoint. My pulse quickened. "No," I whispered. I walked closer to the mark. It wasn't just one loop. There were layers. Faint overlapping tracks. Like the same car had driven here again and again, in slightly different timelines. I stepped back quickly. The radio crackled again. The second presence spoke. "You're seeing it now." I turned sharply. "Seeing what?" A pause. Then, "How time forgets itself here." I looked at the horizon. The same horizon I had been watching for hours. But now it felt different. Less like distance. More like repetition. The same tree silhouette appeared twice, in slightly different positions. The same broken pole flickered in two places at once. My mind struggled to keep up. The checkpoint behind me suddenly changed sound. For the first time, I heard noise. Boot steps. Slow. Approaching. I turned quickly. The guards had moved. Not fully, but slightly closer. Closer than before. My breathing got heavier. "You moved," I said. No response. But I saw something worse. One of them blinked. Slow. Delayed. Like waking up mid-memory. I stepped back instinctively. The radio exploded with static. Then, the second presence spoke again. Calm. Almost curious. "They are remembering too." I swallowed hard. What does that mean? A pause. Then, "It means the loop is stabilizing." My chest tightened instantly. Stabilizing into what? Silence. Then the answer came. Into permanence. My mind froze for a second. Permanence. No exit. No forward. No escape. Just repetition. I backed away from the checkpoint slowly. But as I did, I noticed something horrifying. The patrol car I had left behind was gone. Not stolen. Not moved. Gone. Like it had never been there. My throat went dry. I turned in a slow circle. The road looked different now. Subtly, but enough. Streetlights I had passed earlier were now behind me again. The same cracked sign was ahead of me, and also behind me. I whispered, "This is not possible." The radio responded instantly. "It is already documented." I froze. Documented by who? I asked. A pause. Then, by the version of you that completed the loop. My stomach dropped. What version? I asked quickly. No answer. Instead, the second presence spoke again. Softly, "Every loop leaves a copy." I turned my head slightly. Just enough. And for a moment, I saw it. Myself, standing near the patrol car that wasn't there anymore. Watching me. Still. Silent. Exactly where I had just been. I stepped back immediately. "No," I whispered. The figure didn't move. It just watched. Like it already knew I would react this way. The radio crackled again. Dispatch spoke. "We show duplicate unit emergence confirmed." My breathing became uneven. "Stop calling me that," I said sharply. But dispatch didn't respond to me. They responded to the system. Loop integrity increasing. 2 units now active. I closed my eyes for a second. 2 units. That explained the presence. That explained the shadow. That explained the feeling of being followed by myself. I opened my eyes again. The second version of me was gone. But I knew it wasn't gone. Just shifted. Waiting. The second presence spoke again. "You are splitting further." I shook my head. "I want out," I said firmly. A pause. Then, "There is no out in a completed loop." The words hit harder than anything before. Completed loop. Not broken. Not malfunctioning. Completed. I looked at the highway again, and I realized something I hadn't noticed before. It wasn't stretching forward. It was curving. Slightly. Almost invisible. But real. The road wasn't leading anywhere. It was bending back toward itself, like a circle pretending to be a line. My breathing slowed. The radio whispered softly one last time. You are approaching synchronization point. I frowned. What happens at synchronization? I asked. Silence. Then the second presence answered. We become the same shift. A cold wave ran through my body. Same shift. Same time. Same identity. No separation. Just overlap. I stood still in the middle of Highway 37. And for the first time, I understood the loop wasn't trapping me in time. It was trapping time inside me. And somewhere in the distance, I heard my own voice speaking back through the radio, finishing sentences I hadn't said yet. The road didn't end like it was supposed to. It just stopped caring where it was going. I saw the sign first, half buried in dirt, tilted slightly toward the road like it was trying to warn me. Mile 9. No logos. No official markings. Just faded white paint on rusted metal. And beneath it, something scratched deeper into the surface, almost like it was added later. Turn back before shift breaks. I slowed the patrol car without thinking. My headlights washed over the sign, and for a second the words looked newer, sharper, like they had just been written. I swallowed hard. This is Unit 9, I said into the radio. Confirm location marker. Only static answered. Not normal static. Thicker, like the radio was breathing wrong. I looked forward again. The road ahead stretched straight for maybe 100 meters. Then it just disappeared into darkness. Not a curve. Not a bend. A stop. A full stop in the shape of empty road. My foot eased off the brake. The car rolled closer on its own. I didn't stop it. I should have. But something about that sign made my thoughts feel slower. Heavier. Like they didn't want me to turn around anymore. The tires crossed mile 9. And that's when the world changed slightly. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just enough that I felt it in my teeth. The air inside the car cooled by a few degrees. The radio clicked once, then went silent. No static. No signal. Just dead air. I frowned. Dispatch, do you copy? I said. Nothing. I checked the mirror. The road behind me looked normal, but somehow thinner, like it wasn't holding its shape properly. I shook the thought away. You're tired, I muttered to myself. But I was. Not really. I drove forward another minute. Then another. The road didn't change. No turns. No branches. No exits. Just straight asphalt disappearing into a darker version of night. That's when I saw it. The turnoff. It wasn't on my map. It wasn't in my briefing. But it was there anyway. A narrow dirt road splitting off to the right. No reflectors. No signs. Just a gap in the darkness where the highway should have continued. My headlights caught something at the entrance. A wooden post. Fresh. Too fresh. Like it had been planted recently, in a place that should have been abandoned for years. I slowed down. The radio suddenly crackled. One sharp burst. Then a voice. Not dispatch. Not system. Something else. Don't take it. I froze. My hand hovered over the gear shift. Identify yourself, I said slowly. Silence. Then, not your partner. I looked around the empty cabin. My pulse tightened. There's no partner in this unit, I said. No response. Just static again. But it wasn't normal static. It sounded closer. Like it was inside the dashboard. The dirt road ahead looked wrong. Not dangerous. Not dark. just unfinished, like reality hadn't fully rendered it yet. I should have turned around. That's what training says when things feel off. But my eyes kept going back to that wooden post. Something about it felt familiar, like I had already passed it before. I checked the mirror again. The highway behind me looked longer now. That was the first real impossibility. It stretched farther than it should have, like distance had been stretched out without asking permission. I swallowed. "This is Unit 9, I said again. "Request confirmation on road split." No answer, but the radio didn't stay silent this time. It clicked once, then twice, then a faint voice came through. My own voice, but delayed. "You already chose it." My grip tightened. "What?" I said sharply. Silence. Then the same voice repeated. "You already chose it." I looked at the turnoff again. My headlights flickered slightly. Just once. And in that flicker, the dirt road looked different. Longer. Not leading away from the highway. Leading deeper into it. Like it wasn't a side path. It was a continuation. Just in a different direction of wrong. I turned off the engine for a moment. Silence hit instantly. Too clean. Too absolute. No wind. No insects. No distant highway hum. Like the world had paused to listen. I stepped out slowly. The air outside felt heavier. Not cold. Not warm. Just present. Too present. The wooden post at the turnoff creaked slightly, even though there was no wind. I walked closer. Every step sounded too loud. Too final. The sign attached to the post was clearer now. Not painted. Carved. Mile 9 access shift entry. My throat tightened. "Shift entry," I whispered. That word didn't belong here. Not in any patrol manual. Not in any real-world system. The radio in my car turned on by itself, even with the engine off. A calm voice spoke. "You are at the entry point." I turned slightly toward the car. "This is not a recognized route," I said. A pause. Then, "It becomes one when you enter it." I looked back at the dirt road. For a second, I saw movement deeper inside it. Not animals. Not wind. Something standing still in a place that didn't want it seen. I took a step back. Then another. The radio crackled again. This time louder. "Unit 9, confirm entry or return." I hesitated. That shouldn't have been a choice, but it felt like one anyway. Enter or return. I turned toward the highway and froze, because the highway behind me was no longer straight. It bent slightly toward the turnoff, like it was being pulled, like the decision had already started affecting geometry. "No," I whispered. I walked back to the patrol car quickly. My breathing got heavier. I got inside, locked the doors. For a moment, I thought that would fix it. But the radio spoke again instantly. "You cannot lock out a selected route." I shook my head. "This is Unit 9, I said firmly. "I am returning to base." A long pause. Then, "Base is not accessible from here." My stomach dropped. "That's impossible," I said. The voice responded softly. "Not anymore." I looked in the mirror and saw something that made my chest tighten instantly. The turnoff was now behind me in the reflection. Even though I hadn't moved, I hadn't reversed, I hadn't turned. It was just there, following, like it had repositioned itself in reality. I swallowed hard. My hands tightened on the wheel. I'm not entering that road, I said. Silence. Then the radio responded. You already did. My breath caught. I looked forward again. The highway ahead was gone. Not blocked. Not destroyed. Just replaced. The dirt road was now in front of me. Full. Complete. As if it had always been the main route. My pulse hammered. I tried the ignition. The engine started instantly. Too easily. Like it wanted me to go forward. Not away. I stared at the road for a long time. The radio clicked one final time. And a voice came through. Not mine. Not dispatch. The same voice from earlier. Calm. Close. Patient. You're standing at the edge of where shifts decide. I whispered, who are you? A pause. Then, the one who stayed when the road ended. My grip tightened. And where does this road go? I asked. Silence. Then the answer came. Soft. Unsettling. It doesn't go. A beat. It continues you. The headlights flickered again. And this time, the dirt road seemed to breathe back at me. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Burnt rubber. Fresh. Like a car had been spinning here only minutes ago. But there was no car. Only the marks. Circles. Perfect ones. Layer after layer pressed into the dirt road like someone had been driving in place for hours, maybe days. I stepped closer slowly. My boots sank slightly into the ground. The soil felt warm. That shouldn't have been possible. Not out here. Not on a dead highway loop. I whispered, this is unit 9, confirming unusual road activity. The radio didn't respond at first. Just static. Then a faint crackle. A voice came through. Calm. Too calm. You found the repetition zone. I frowned. Repetition zone, I repeated. No answer. Only the static breathing again. That same pattern. Like the radio wasn't transmitting sound, but presence. I walked along the circular tire marks. There wasn't just one set. There were many. Some fresh. Some faded. Some half-covered by dust like they had been made long ago. But all of them followed the same pattern. Circle after circle. Same center point. Same radius. Same collapse into itself. I swallowed hard. This doesn't make sense, I muttered. But even as I said it, my eyes kept tracing the pattern like it was familiar. Like my mind wanted to accept it too quickly. The radio clicked again. And this time the voice wasn't just calm. It was closer. You are standing where exits get erased. My grip tightened on the radio. Who is this? I asked. A pause. Then, you already spoke to me. My chest tightened slightly. The second presence. The one from earlier. The one that wasn't fully human in the way I understood anymore. I looked around the empty highway. The silence felt heavier than before. No wind. No insects. No distant traffic. Just the low hum of something underground. Like the road itself was thinking. I followed the tire marks deeper into the dirt road. They curved inward. Always inward. Never outward. Like everything that entered this place forgot how to leave. And then I saw something that made my steps slow instantly. A patrol light. Flashing faintly ahead. I stopped. No, I whispered. Because I recognized it. It was my unit. My patrol car. Parked at an angle inside the circle. But wrong. Too still. Too quiet. I approached slowly, each step heavier than the last. The radio in my hand started crackling harder. Not static anymore. Fragments, voices overlapping. My own voice, dispatch, and something else in between. You should not be seeing this loop again. I froze. Again. That word hit harder than it should have. I walked closer. The patrol car was intact, but covered in dust. Not recent dust. Layered dust. Like it had been sitting here for a long time. My breath got shallow. I reached the driver's door slowly. The handle was cold. Too cold. I pulled it open. Inside. Nothing. No blood. No damage. Just emptiness. But the dashboard clock was running, and it was stuck at 11:59 p.m. My throat tightened. I leaned in closer. The seat looked used. Recently. Like someone had just stepped out seconds ago. I backed away quickly. "This is impossible," I whispered. The radio responded instantly. "It is not impossible, it is residual." I frowned. Residual what? A pause. Then, attempts. My chest tightened. Attempts at what? Silence. Only the low hum of the loop again. I walked around the vehicle slowly. And that's when I saw it. More tire marks. Inside the circle. Smaller circles. Nested ones. Like the same car had tried turning around inside itself repeatedly, but never succeeded. I stepped back. My breathing got faster. "No one could drive like this for days," I said quietly. The radio responded softly. "You are assuming time behaves correctly here." That made my stomach sink. I looked at the horizon. The road didn't feel straight anymore. It felt curved, like I had seen it before from a different angle. I turned slowly, and I saw something worse. Another patrol car. Behind the first one. Identical. Same model. Same position. Just slightly offset. Like a memory repeating with minor errors. I blinked hard. It disappeared for half a second. Then returned. Perfectly aligned again. I stepped back. "This is Unit 9, I said quickly. "I am requesting immediate extraction." No response. Then the radio spoke again. "You are already inside extraction failure." I shook my head. "No, I'm outside. I'm at the scene." A pause. Then, "There is no outside from a completed circle." My breathing got heavier. The tire marks around me suddenly felt closer. Like the ground had shrunk slightly. Like the circle was tightening without moving. I looked down and saw something that made my chest freeze. Fresh footprints. Mine. Walking in a circle. But I didn't remember walking it. I stepped back quickly. The radio crackled loudly. Now the second voice returned. Closer than before. "You are remembering wrong." I froze. "What do you mean?" I asked. A pause. Then, "You think you arrived here once." My throat went dry. "But I did," I asked. Silence. Then, "You arrived here many times." My mind resisted that idea instantly. But something inside it didn't reject it fully. Like parts of me were missing the memory of refusal. I walked toward the center of the tire circle slowly. Each step felt like it was repeating something I had already done. The air grew heavier as I reached the middle. And that's when I saw it. A small device buried in the dirt. Half exposed. A radio unit. Not mine. Different model. Older. I picked it up slowly. It turned on by itself in my hand. And I heard a voice. My voice. But tired. Broken. I tried to exit on loop 4. My breath stopped. The recording continued. But the road resets when you notice the circle. I stepped back instantly. This is not happening, I whispered. The radio in my hand, my real one, crackled. The second presence spoke. You are hearing accumulated failure. I shook my head. No, I haven't failed anything. A pause. Then, you are still inside the same attempt. That word again. Attempt. I looked around. The circles in the dirt suddenly didn't feel like marks anymore. They felt like stages. Like each loop was a layer. And I was standing in the middle of them all. My breathing became uneven. I turned toward the patrol car again and saw something new. The driver's seat was now occupied. Not fully, not clearly, but enough. A shape, sitting, watching me. I stepped back quickly. The radio exploded with static. Then the second presence spoke softly. You are seeing yourself between cycles. My throat tightened. What does that mean? I asked. A pause. Then, it means you are overlapping your previous attempts. I shook my head quickly. No, I'm here now. Silence. Then, you are here now, and then. My chest tightened painfully. The idea made no sense. But the environment didn't argue. The circles in the dirt suddenly looked deeper. Like they weren't just tracks. They were grooves, cut into reality. I stepped away from the center slowly, trying to breathe normally, trying to think normally. But the problem was, normal didn't exist in repetition. The radio clicked one last time. The second presence spoke clearly now. You are approaching convergence. I frowned. Convergence with what? A pause. Then, with the version that never escaped. My stomach dropped. I looked at the horizon one more time. And for the first time, I saw all the circles at once. Not just one. Not just layers. But an entire field of them, expanding outward into the dark. Like Highway 37 wasn't a road anymore. It was a record of every attempt I had already made. And somewhere inside those circles, something was still driving, still turning, still trying to find an exit that didn't exist. And the worst part was, I couldn't tell anymore if I was the one watching it, or the one still inside it. I saw her the first time at mile 9. Just a shape at the edge of the shoulder. Still, facing away from the road. Like she had been standing there long before I arrived, or long after I should have left. I slowed the patrol car without thinking. My headlights passed over her for half a second, and she was gone. I blinked hard. The road ahead stayed empty. No sign of her. No movement. Nothing. Just fatigue, I whispered to myself. You're seeing things now. But the radio didn't agree. It clicked once, then a soft burst of static, and a voice followed. Low. Careful. You saw her. My hands tightened on the wheel. Who is this? I asked instantly. No answer. Just breathing through the speaker. Slow. Controlled. Not mine. Not dispatch. Something else listening through the line. I drove forward again. The highway stretched in the same unnatural straight line as before. No curves. No exits. Only darkness pressing against both sides like a wall that forgot how to be visible. And then, She appeared again. Same spot. Road shoulder. Standing closer this time. Now she was turned slightly. Not fully facing me. Just enough that I could feel she knew I was there. My chest tightened. I didn't stop this time. I kept driving. Unit 9 to dispatch, I said quickly. Possible visual disturbance on Highway 37. Static answered. But underneath it, a whisper. You're looping past her point. I frowned. Looping, I repeated. No response. Only the hum of the engine, and the strange feeling that the road was not moving under me the way it should. I looked at the mirror. Empty road behind. Clean. Too clean. Like nothing had ever been there. Then I passed her again. And this time, she was closer. Much closer. Standing almost at the edge of the pavement. Head slightly tilted. Still not facing me fully. But enough that I felt watched. My throat tightened. This is impossible, I muttered. I checked my speed. No change. Same steady pace. But she kept getting closer every time I passed. Like the road was bringing her to me, instead of me driving past her. The radio crackled again. And the same voice returned. Calm. Too calm. She does not move, it said. I swallowed. Then what is happening? I asked. A pause. Then, you are moving through repeated encounters. My stomach tightened. That doesn't make sense, I said. But even as I said it, I passed her again. And now she was almost at the lane divider. So close I could see details. A long coat. Wet fabric. Hair hanging forward, covering most of her face. But not all of it. Just enough that I saw. She wasn't looking at the road. She was listening. To the car. To me. My grip tightened. I slowed down instinctively. Bad mistake. Because when I slowed, she got closer faster. Like speed didn't matter. Only attention did. I pressed the accelerator again. The car surged forward, and she disappeared in the headlights. I exhaled sharply. What the hell, I whispered. The radio responded instantly. You look too long. I froze. What does that mean? I asked. No answer. Just static again. But now the static sounded different. Layered. Like multiple recordings overlapping. My own voice. A woman's voice. And something in between them. I kept driving, trying to focus forward. But every few seconds, she returned. Always at the roadside. Always closer. Always more aware of me. Until finally, she was standing just inches from the edge of the road. And I didn't pass her this time. I stopped. I don't know why I stopped. Something in my chest told me not to. But I still did. The engine idled. The night felt heavier immediately. Like the world noticed I paused. The radio clicked. And the voice spoke again. Soft. You broke the past cycle. I frowned. What cycle? I asked. Silence. Then, the one where you are not supposed to acknowledge her. My breath slowed. I looked forward through the windshield. She was there. Not moving. Closer than ever. Now just a few steps away from the patrol car. Still not facing me fully. But I could feel it now. Her presence pressing against the glass. Like she was already inside the reflection of the windshield. I swallowed hard. Identify yourself, I said quietly. No answer. Just a small shift. Her head tilted slightly more. And now, I saw her face. Not fully. Just enough. Blank expression. No emotion. No focus. Except her eyes. They weren't looking at me. They were looking through me. Like I wasn't the target. I was the passage. My breathing got uneven. "This is Unit 9, I said into the radio. "I am requesting immediate clarification on roadside entity." The radio didn't respond with static this time. It responded with a sound. A memory. My own voice. From earlier. "She does not move." I stepped back slightly in my seat. "No," I whispered, "that was just a thought." The voice came again. "You spoke it aloud." My chest tightened. I looked at her again. And she was closer. Now just outside the driver's side window. I hadn't seen her move. Not once. But she was there. Right there. Standing beside me like she had always been beside me. I locked the doors instantly. The sound of the lock clicked too loudly. Too final. She didn't react. Not physically. But the radio did. It crackled violently. And then the voice returned. Stronger now. "You are entering recognition proximity." I swallowed. "What does that mean?" I asked. A pause. Then, "It means she is aware that you are aware." My throat tightened. "That's not an answer," I said. Silence. Then, "It is the condition." I turned slightly toward her. And that's when she did something new. She raised her hand. Slowly. Not toward me. Not toward the car. But toward the road behind me. Pointing. I hesitated. Then I looked. The highway behind the patrol car was no longer straight. It was filled with faint silhouettes. Standing. At intervals. Like she had been standing there every time I passed. And I just hadn't seen them. My stomach dropped. I turned back quickly. She was still pointing. Same direction. Same motion. Like she was showing me something I was refusing to understand. I whispered, "What are you?" For the first time. The radio didn't answer. But she did. Not with words. With movement. She stepped closer to the window. And for a moment, I saw it clearly. She wasn't outside the road. She was inside the boundary of it. Like she belonged to the edge itself. Her lips didn't move. But I heard it anyway. Inside the car. Inside my head. "You keep passing me because you refuse to stop where I am." My breath stopped. "That's not possible," I whispered. But the road outside didn't agree. Because now, every reflection in the windshield showed her standing in slightly different positions. All at once. All versions. All moments I had passed her. And I realized something that made my chest go cold. She wasn't getting closer. I was looping closer to her position in time. And each pass wasn't forward. It was alignment. I backed up slightly in my seat. The radio clicked one last time. And the voice returned. Soft. Final. "She is the marker." I frowned. Marker for what? A pause. Then, the point where patrols stopped being linear. I looked at her again. She was no longer just standing. She was waiting for something to finish forming. Behind me. Inside the road. Inside the loop I hadn't fully entered yet. And as I stared at her face, I finally understood the worst part. She wasn't warning me to stop. She was waiting for me to arrive at the exact version of the road where I would finally understand why she never left. It always happens at the same time. 12:00 a.m. Not a second earlier. Not a second later. Right when the clock stops pretending time is normal out here. I learned that the hard way. I was still parked near mile 9 when the first vehicle came through. A pickup truck. Old model. Headlights flickering like they were tired of working. I watched it approach slowly on the empty highway. Too slowly. Like the driver already knew something was wrong but didn't want to admit it. The radio crackled softly. And then the voice came. Calm. Almost bored. It will stall at the mark. I frowned immediately. Who is this? I asked. No answer. Just static breathing again. The truck passed my position without slowing. The driver didn't look at me. Didn't even turn his head. Like I wasn't there. Like I was already part of the road. I checked my watch. 11:59 p.m. 1 minute left. I stepped out of the patrol car instinctively. Something about the air felt tighter. Like the night was holding its breath with me. The pickup kept going straight toward mile 9. Toward the invisible line that didn't behave like a normal location anymore. I whispered, "Don't stop there." But I wasn't sure who I was talking to. The driver. Or myself. The radio clicked again. You cannot warn them. I turned sharply. Why not? I asked. A pause. Then, because they are already inside timing. That sentence didn't make sense, but my stomach still reacted to it, like it understood before I did. The truck crossed mile 9, and at exactly 12:00 a.m., everything stopped. Not slowly, not mechanically. Instantly, the engine sound cut so clean, it felt like reality had been muted. The headlights froze mid-glow. The tires stopped spinning like someone had paused the world. The truck didn't crash. It just stopped existing in motion. I stepped forward slowly. My boots barely made sound on the road. The silence was wrong. Too perfect. Like even the night had been switched off. I approached the truck carefully. The driver was still inside. Head forward. Hands still on the wheel. Eyes open, but unfocused, like he was stuck between seconds. I tapped the window. No reaction. I tapped harder. Still nothing. The radio in my pocket crackled violently, and the voice returned. Closer now. You are observing a frozen attempt. My throat tightened. Frozen what? I whispered. No answer. Just static building pressure inside the speaker. I opened the door slowly. It didn't resist. The driver inside didn't move. I leaned in closer. His face was pale. Not dead. Not alive. Just paused. Like the body didn't know which state to commit to anymore. I waved my hand in front of his eyes. Nothing. Then I noticed something strange. His dashboard clock. It wasn't stuck at 12:00. It was missing entirely. Just a blank space where time should be displayed. I stepped back quickly. This isn't possible, I muttered. The radio responded instantly. It is not possible outside the loop. Inside it is requirement. I frowned. Requirement for what? Silence. Then, stability. I looked back at the frozen truck. And that's when I noticed it. The tire marks. Fresh. Still visible under the truck. But not random. They were circling slightly before the stall point. Like the vehicle had been trying to turn away. But never made it. My chest tightened. I stepped back toward my patrol car quickly. because something about this didn't feel like a single event. It felt like a system. And systems repeat. Another engine sound came from behind me. I turned. A second vehicle. A sedan. Approaching. Same speed. Same hesitation. Same wrong certainty. I whispered no. The radio clicked. And the voice came back. You are watching the pattern establish itself. I shook my head. That truck just stopped. It's not normal. A pause. Then, it is the most normal thing here. The sedan crossed mile 9. And at exactly 12:00 a.m. It froze. Same way. Same silence. Same absolute stop. I felt my breathing get uneven. This is a checkpoint, I asked. No answer. Then, it is a calibration point. My stomach sank. Calibration for what? The radio didn't respond immediately. Instead, I heard something else. A faint echo. My own voice. From earlier shifts. This is Unit 9 confirming unusual road activity. Then another layer. Repeat, confirm highway distortion. Then another. Do not cross mile 9 after midnight. My blood ran cold. I stepped back slowly. Those aren't mine, I whispered. The radio responded softly. They are yours in other iterations. I froze. Other what? I asked. No answer. The sedan behind me began to change. Not physically. Not at first. But its shape felt wrong in the air. Like it was being held in place by invisible rules. Then I saw it. Inside the driver's seat. A shadow. Not the driver. Something sitting beside him. Or behind him. Hard to tell. Because the angle didn't behave correctly. I blinked hard. And it was gone. The radio crackled louder. And the voice spoke again. You are close to recognizing overlap. I shook my head. I don't want to recognize anything. I want to get out. A pause. Then, exit is not synchronized with entry. I looked around quickly. The highway stretched in both directions. But now it looked slightly duplicated. Like two versions of the same road were layered imperfectly on top of each other. One slightly brighter. One slightly darker. Both wrong. My breathing got faster. Tell me how to leave, I said firmly. Silence. Then, you leave by not observing the stall. I frowned. What does that mean? The radio answered slowly. If you do not witness the freeze does not assign you to it. I stared at the frozen sedan. You're saying I just ignore it? The voice replied. Yes. That didn't feel like advice. It felt like bait. Another engine sound appeared behind me. Then another. And another. I turned slowly. More vehicles. Approaching mile 9. All of them. Like a convoy that didn't know it was part of something wrong. My stomach tightened. This is too many, I whispered. The radio responded calmly. It scales with observation. I swallowed hard. So if I watch them, it keeps happening. A pause. Then, yes. That made my chest tighten. Because I understood what that meant. I was not just a witness here. I was a trigger. The vehicles kept coming. One after another. All heading toward the same invisible cutoff. All about to freeze at the same exact second. And I had already seen it twice. My mind felt heavier. Like the memory itself was adding weight. The radio clicked again. And the voice softened. You are beginning to accumulate awareness load. I frowned. Is that bad? A pause. Then, it replaces exit memory. That sentence didn't make sense, but it made my stomach drop anyway. The next vehicle crossed mile 9. 12:00 a.m. hit again. Freeze. Another one. Freeze. Another. Freeze. The pattern repeated faster now. Like the system had learned I was watching. Like it was responding to me. I stepped backward slowly, trying not to look, trying not to observe. But the sound of engines kept pulling my attention. Each one arriving like clockwork. Each one dying at the same exact moment. The radio crackled violently, and the voice came back one last time. Close. Right behind my thoughts. You cannot unsee a calibrated system. I whispered, then what happens to me? A pause. Longer than before. Then, you become part of the midnight count. I froze. The highway around me felt suddenly less like a place, and more like a ledger. Each stalled vehicle, another entry. Each frozen moment, another record. And I realized something I didn't want to understand. I was not just watching mile 9. I was helping it keep track of what never made it past midnight. I didn't notice it at first, because on Highway 37, movement doesn't always mean progress. Sometimes it just means the road is thinking again. It was after the midnight stalls, after the count started repeating in my head like a curse I couldn't shut off. I was parked near mile 9 when I saw headlights again. But something was wrong immediately. They were too steady, too controlled. No flicker, no hesitation. Just a slow, deliberate approach down the empty highway. I leaned forward. My chest tightened, because I knew every vehicle should be frozen by now. It was past midnight. Everything should have been stopped. But this one was. The radio crackled instantly, and the voice came through before I even spoke. That one is not assigned. I swallowed. What do you mean not assigned? I asked. No answer. Just that same low static breathing behind the line. The headlights got closer, and I saw the shape. A patrol vehicle. Same model as mine. Same color. Same markings. But wrong in a way I couldn't explain yet. It didn't move like it was driven. It moved like it was being remembered. Slow. Careful. Repetitive. Like the road itself was pushing it forward in small corrections. I stepped out of my car slowly. My boots touched the ground, but the sound felt delayed. Like even sound was tired of this place. I raised my radio. This is Unit 9, I said. Confirm approaching patrol unit on Highway 37. Silence. Then, you are seeing overlap transport. I frowned. Overlap what? No answer. The patrol vehicle kept coming. Now I could see inside. My breath caught. There was no driver. No hands on the wheel. No silhouette. Just an empty seat. But the steering wheel was turning slightly on its own. Left, then right, then correcting again. Like something invisible was trying to stay aligned with a route only it could see. My stomach tightened. That's not possible, I whispered. The radio responded instantly. It is when the route persists without occupancy. I stepped back slightly. The vehicle slowed as it reached the mile 9 marker. And I realized something worse. It wasn't slowing because it saw the marker. It was slowing because it recognized it. Like it had been here before. Like it had done this exact approach many times. The engine didn't sound normal either. It wasn't combustion. It was repetition. A looping hum that rose and fell in identical patterns. The car crossed mile 9, and I braced myself for the stall. But it didn't stop. It kept moving. Perfectly. Smoothly. As if midnight rules didn't apply to it. My breath caught. "No," I muttered. The radio crackled violently, and the voice returned. Strained. For the first time. That unit is not bound to freeze events. I turned toward the radio. "What does that mean?" I asked. A pause. Then, it was never alive to be paused. My throat went dry. I looked back at the patrol vehicle. It continued forward, slowly passing me. But now I noticed something else. It wasn't just driverless. It was slightly transparent at the edges. Not fully physical. Like reality hadn't fully agreed to render it. The tires didn't kick dust properly. The shadows didn't attach correctly. And the siren light on top. It blinked but not in rhythm. More like memory trying to imitate motion. I stepped forward instinctively. The vehicle didn't react. It just kept following the highway line. Exactly like mine. Exactly like every patrol unit is supposed to. But wrong. I whispered, "Where are you going?" The radio responded softly. "It is continuing its last known instruction." I frowned. "And what instruction is that?" Silence. Then, "Follow Highway 37. My chest tightened. "That's it?" I asked. The voice answered. That is all it ever received. I stared at the passing vehicle. Something inside me felt colder than the air. Because I understood what that meant. It wasn't a car. It was a command still running without a body. The patrol vehicle passed me completely. And as it did, I saw something inside the rear window. A reflection. Not of the seats. Not of the empty cabin. But of me. Standing there. Watching it pass. My breath stopped. I turned my head instantly. I was still there. But the reflection stayed behind in the glass. Watching me with a delay. A version of me that didn't sync correctly. I stepped back fast. "What is that?" I asked loudly. The radio didn't respond immediately. For the first time, it hesitated. Then, "You are seeing residual assignment echo." My throat tightened. "Explain it properly," I said. A pause. Then, "When a unit is no longer occupied, the road continues using its last known observer." I froze. "That makes no sense," I said. But my voice didn't sound confident anymore. Because I remembered the earlier loops. The frozen cars. The midnight stalls. The woman on the roadside. Everything I had seen kept repeating in slightly different forms. And now this. A patrol car still following orders without a driver. But still aware enough to reflect me. I looked back at it again. It was already farther down the highway now. But still visible. Still moving. Still following the exact path like it had no choice. The radio crackled again. And the voice became quieter. Almost personal. "You think you are the only one observing the system." I frowned. "What does that mean?" I asked. A pause. Then, "You are not the first Unit 9. My chest tightened. "That's impossible," I said quickly. "I was assigned this route tonight." Silence. Then, "You were assigned what remained of it." That sentence didn't sit right. Because something about it felt like it had weight behind it. Like it wasn't just information. It was inheritance. I looked at the road again, and suddenly I noticed something I hadn't before. Faint tire lines. Not from this moment. Not from the driverless patrol car. Older lines. Overlapping. Layered into the asphalt like memory scars. Some fresh. Some fading. Some so deep they looked permanent. I whispered, "How many times has this happened?" The radio didn't answer immediately. Then, long enough for continuity to require maintenance. My stomach dropped. "Maintenance," I repeated. The voice responded softly. "Yes." I turned around slowly, and for the first time, I noticed something behind me on the shoulder. A second patrol vehicle. Parked. Silent. No lights. No movement. But it was facing the exact same direction as mine. Like it had been waiting there for me to notice it. I stepped toward it slowly, my pulse rising. The door was already open. I hadn't opened it, but it was open. Inside. Empty, but not unused. The seat was warm. My breath caught. I looked back at the road. The driverless patrol car was gone now. But the sense of it still felt present. Like it had merged into something larger than sight. The radio crackled again, and the voice spoke one last time. Quiet, almost final. "You have now observed continuity from both ends." I frowned. "What ends?" I asked. Silence. Then, origin and continuation. My chest tightened, and for the first time on Highway 37, I felt like I wasn't watching the road anymore. I was inside the system that made it repeat. And something out there was still driving. I opened the logbook before I even started the engine. And I swear, my name was already inside it. Not typed, not stamped. Written. In my handwriting. My hand froze halfway through turning the page. The pages were fresh, clean. This was the new patrol log they gave me this morning at the station. I remember it clearly because the clerk joked that Highway 37 never gets interesting. But the first entry wasn't blank. It started like this. Officer Samir Khan, Unit 13. Shift begins at 11:40 p.m. Route, Highway 37. Mile 9 turnaround point. Do not go past it. I stopped reading. Because I didn't write that. I couldn't have. I looked around the patrol car. Empty night. Cold wind tapping the glass like slow fingers. The radio was on low static. Everything felt normal, but my chest didn't agree. Then I flipped the page. Another entry. Same handwriting. Same signature. But older. Do not stop for the man at mile 6. My throat went dry. I leaned closer, staring at the ink. It wasn't smudged. It wasn't copied. It looked like it had dried days ago, maybe weeks. But I only got assigned this route this morning. That's when I noticed something worse. The logbook wasn't new. It had scratches on the cover, burn marks on the edge like it had been in a fire once. I closed it fast. Too fast. The sound echoed inside the car like I'd snapped something I shouldn't have touched. I told myself it was a mistake, a mix-up, paperwork error, that's all. But my fingers wouldn't stop shaking. I reached for the radio. Dispatch, this is Unit 13. Confirm patrol assignment for Highway 37. Static answered first. Then a voice came through. Calm to calm. Unit 13 is already en route. I blinked. Negative, I said. I just left station. I am Unit 13. A pause. Then, copy that, Unit 13. Something about the way they said it made my stomach tighten, like they weren't correcting themselves, like they were adjusting to me. I looked back at the logbook. It was open again. I don't remember opening it. A new line had appeared, right under my last entry. Subject is aware. I slammed the book shut and started the engine. The patrol car shook as it turned onto Highway 37. And that's when I saw the first thing that didn't belong. The road sign. Mile 9, do not pass. It was faded, rusted, like it had been standing there longer than the highway itself. I slowed down without thinking. Then I remembered something I wasn't supposed to remember yet. Don't go past Mile 9. I whispered it out loud. And the radio clicked again. Not static this time. Breathing. Slow. Close. Like someone was inside the speaker trying to stay quiet. I pulled the radio mic closer. Dispatch, are you hearing this? The breathing stopped. Then a new voice came through. Not dispatch. Not anyone I recognized. Just a man's voice. Soft. Right in my ear. You already heard it once. I nearly swerved off the road. My hands locked on the wheel. My eyes scanned every mirror at once. Empty back seat, empty road behind me, empty everything. But the voice didn't leave. It stayed, like it had chosen the inside of my head instead of the radio. I forced myself to drive forward. Mile 1 passed, then Mile 2, then Mile 3. Everything looked normal, too normal, same cracked asphalt. Same dead roadside grass bending in the wind like tired bodies. But every few seconds I felt it. Like someone was sitting behind me. Not touching me. Just watching. At Mile 4, the radio crackled again. This time clearer. Unit 13, report status. I grabbed it immediately. This is Unit 13. Confirm identity of previous transmissions. Silence. Then, there is no previous transmission. I laughed once, sharp and nervous. Yeah, right, someone just spoke through my radio, male voice, unknown. Static returned. Then the same calm dispatcher voice again. Unit 13, proceed to Mile 6, checkpoint required. I hesitated, because Mile 6 wasn't supposed to matter. Only Mile 9 mattered. But the way they said it, it didn't feel like a suggestion. It felt like memory being corrected. The road started to narrow. Not physically, visually, like the edges of the world were slowly pulling inward. The trees looked closer than before. The sky felt lower, and the darkness ahead thicker. At Mile 5, I saw tire marks. Fresh ones, burnt into the road like someone had slammed brakes and never moved again. But they weren't straight. They were circles, perfect circles, overlapping again and again, like a car had been spinning there for hours, maybe days. I stopped the patrol car without thinking. Got out. The air hit me like cold water. I walked toward the marks. They were still warm. That made no sense. No engine nearby, no lights, no sound. But the ground still felt alive. Then I heard it. A faint engine noise. Not far. Not close. Just repeating. Like a loop stuck somewhere in the air. I stepped back into the car fast. And that's when I saw it. My logbook. Sitting on the passenger seat. Open again. A new entry. Written while I was outside. Officer confirms Mile 5 anomaly. I swear I never wrote that. My heartbeat started hammering. I grabbed the radio again. This is Unit 13. I did not confirm anything. I did not write that entry. The response came instantly. But it wasn't dispatch anymore. It was him again. That same soft voice. You always confirm it. I froze, because I realized something I shouldn't have. The voice wasn't coming from the radio. It was coming from the passenger seat, right next to the logbook. I didn't look. I couldn't, but I could feel it. A presence, leaning slightly toward me, like it was reading the same page I was. The car engine idled louder now, as if it was trying to drown something out. I forced myself to drive again. Mile 6 came fast. Too fast. And there it was. The checkpoint. A small wooden post on the side of the road. No lights. No camera. No barrier. Just a sign nailed crookedly into the wood. Stop 4 unit check. I slowed down. Against my will. And that's when I saw the first patrol car. Parked perfectly on the shoulder. Engine running. Lights off. Just like mine. I stopped beside it. Slow. Careful. My hand reached for the radio instinctively, but I stopped halfway. Because I saw something inside that other car. A logbook. Open on the dashboard. And the handwriting. Mine. I stepped out. The silence was wrong. Too thick, too waiting. I walked closer, and the other patrol car's door opened slightly. Not fully, just enough to show darkness inside, and something sitting in the driver's seat. Still, waiting. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel it turning toward me, like it had been waiting for this exact moment in my entry that I never wrote. The radio in my hand clicked again, but this time the voice wasn't calm. It was excited, almost relieved. Unit 13, you finally arrived at your recorded position. My legs went cold, because I understood something I didn't want to understand. I wasn't reading the logbook. The logbook was writing me. And as I stood there, between 2 identical patrol cars on Highway 37, I realized the worst part wasn't the loop. It was that somewhere ahead on Mile 9, there was already another version of me waiting to take the next entry. The radio crackled before I even started the car. Not static. Words. Clear. Calm. Unit 13, report for incident at Mile 7. Collision involving patrol unit. Officer injured. Time of incident 0018. I froze. My hand was still on the ignition key. The dashboard lights flickered, once like the car itself had heard it too. I leaned closer to the radio. This is Unit 13. Repeat last message. A pause. Then dispatch answered. Unit 13. No active incidents on Highway 37 at this time. My throat tightened. I just heard a report, I said. Collision, Mile 7. Injured officer, you said it clearly. Silence. Long enough to feel wrong. Then the dispatcher spoke again, slower this time. Unit 13. There are no scheduled patrol incidents for your shift. My eyes drifted to the road ahead. Empty. Too empty. Like it was waiting for something to happen, so it could become real. I checked the logbook on the passenger seat. I didn't want to, but my hand moved on its own. It was open. Again. New entry. Same handwriting. Mine. Incident acknowledged. Mile 7 collision confirmed. My chest went cold. I didn't confirm anything. I hadn't even reached Mile 1 yet. I slammed the logbook shut and started driving. The tires hit Highway 37 like the road was swallowing me whole. At Mile 2, the radio clicked again. This time it wasn't dispatch. It was the same calm male voice from before. But closer. Try not to panic at Mile 7. I gripped the wheel tighter. Who is this? I snapped. Identify yourself. No answer. Just breathing. Soft. Measured. Like someone sitting just outside my thoughts. I forced myself to keep driving. Mile markers passed slowly. Too slowly. The road didn't feel like distance anymore. It felt like waiting. At mile 3, I saw something new. A small roadside sign. Temporary. Plastic. Fresh paint. It read, Mile 7, Incident VRIFIED, do not approach. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded slightly on the asphalt. I stared at it, heart pounding, because I wasn't supposed to see Mile 7 yet. I wasn't even close. I got out. The wind was colder than before. Not natural cold, like it came from inside the road. I walked toward the sign. Up close, the paint wasn't fresh. It was dry, old, like it had been there for years and only just decided to appear now. I stepped back fast. My radio clicked again. Dispatch voice returned, but it sounded tired. Unit 13, proceed with caution. Incident forecast confirmed. Forecast. Not report. Not alert. Forecast. Like weather. I whispered into the radio. You're telling me future incidents now. A pause. Then dispatch answered. Correction, incident already occurred. You are inside the reporting window. My stomach dropped. I got back in the car. Locked the doors. Started driving again. Faster now. But the road didn't feel faster. It felt heavier. Like every meter was resisting me. At mile 4, I saw tire marks. Fresh ones. Fresh ones. Burned into the road. A patrol vehicle had clearly spun out here. Hard. Violently. The marks made a full circle. Then another. Then another. Like the car never stopped moving. I slowed down. Against my will. The radio crackled again. Mile 7 collision involves Unit 13. I froze. Because I was Unit 13. I checked my rearview mirror. Empty. Checked again. Still empty. But the feeling behind me was. It was there. Just not visible yet. At mile 5, the radio suddenly changed frequency on its own. A new report came through. Unit 13 will exit vehicle at 0012. Officer will attempt to investigate roadside anomaly. Subject exposure increases probability of event collapse. I stopped the car instantly. Stop sending future actions, I shouted into the mic. I haven't done anything yet. No response. Then another report came. Calm. Precise. Correction recorded. Subject denial noted. My breathing got shallow. The logbook on the seat moved. I swear it moved. Not flipped. Not opened. Just shifted slightly toward me. Like it wanted me to read it again. I didn't. I refused. But I still saw the edge of the page. New entry forming. Ink bleeding into paper like it was being written right now. I turned away fast. And that's when I heard it. Outside. Not radio. Not speakers. Footsteps. On gravel. Behind the car. I didn't look. I couldn't. Because part of me already knew. At mile 6, the road narrowed. Not physically, but visually. Like the world was compressing itself into a tunnel. The sky looked lower. The trees closer. The air harder to breathe. And then the radio spoke again. Final report tone. No static. No warmth. Just fact. Incident sequence has begun. My fingers went numb. I whispered, "What sequence?" The answer came instantly. "Your sequence." At mile 7 I stopped. Even though I didn't want to. Even though nothing was forcing me. The car just stopped itself. Like it had arrived somewhere it remembered. The dashboard lights dimmed. The engine lowered to a whisper. And then I saw it. The collision site. But there were no wrecked cars. No fire. No bodies. Just the aftermath already existing. Like the crash had already been cleaned, except the moment itself still remained. Bent metal shadows on the road. Broken glass hanging in the air like frozen rain. A siren sound that wasn't actually audible anymore, but still felt present in my ears. And in the middle of it, a patrol car. Mine. Crushed against something invisible. The doors open. Flashing lights still running. I couldn't move. My body refused. The radio in my hand clicked one last time. And the dispatcher spoke softly. Almost apologetic now. "Unit 13, this is the report you already survived." My vision blurred. Because I realized something I didn't want to accept. I wasn't hearing the future. I was hearing the record of something that had already happened and was still waiting for me to complete it. The logbook on the seat flipped open on its own. This time I didn't fight it. I looked. One final entry was already there. Longer than the rest. Written in full detail. My full name. My final time stamp. My last action. And at the bottom of the page, a sentence that made my hands go cold. Officer attempts to rewrite report. Incident repeats. The radio went silent. The engine restarted on its own. And the road ahead of mile 7 began to move again. Like it was waiting for me to confirm it all over again. The first thing I noticed was the missing name. Not in the field. Not on the roster. In my head. I was trying to remember who I had spoken to earlier on the radio. The shift supervisor. A senior officer. Someone who had given me instructions before I entered Highway 37. But the name was gone. Not unclear. Gone. Like someone had erased it mid-thought. I stopped the patrol car on the shoulder without meaning to. The engine kept running, but my hands were frozen on the wheel. I whispered it out loud. Who was I talking to? Silence answered me. Not even the radio reacted. That felt wrong. Because the radio always reacts. I reached for the logbook again. My fingers didn't want to open it, but they did anyway. It was already open. New entries. Too many. All in my handwriting again. But this time, something was different. The names were missing. Where there should have been officer names, there were blank spaces, like someone had erased them after writing them. One entry read, "Unit reports visual anomaly at mile 5. Officer requests backup." My chest tightened. "Who is Unit blank?" I said out loud. No answer. I flipped the page. Same thing. Officer confirms disappearance of roadside subject. Another blank. But I could feel it. Those blanks were not empty. They were filled. Just not in a way I could see properly. It felt like my mind was avoiding the words. I slammed the book shut. Too hard. The sound echoed across Highway 37 like a gunshot that never finished firing. The radio clicked immediately. Dispatch voice came through, but slower than before. "Careful. Measured. Unit 13, confirm status of Officer Malik." I blinked. "Who?" I asked immediately. A pause. Then, Officer Malik, assigned to your unit earlier in shift. My stomach dropped slightly. I don't have any Officer Malik, I said. I've been alone since I started this route. Silence. Then the dispatcher spoke again, but their voice had changed. Less confident now. Unit 13, check your personnel log. I looked down instinctively. And that was my mistake. Because the logbook had opened again. And this time, there was a photograph inside it. A printed photo. Old style. A man in uniform. Standing next to me. Smiling. Like we had worked together for years. My mind went blank. Because I didn't recognize him. But my body did. My chest felt tight. My stomach twisted like I had lost something important. I whispered, I don't know him. The radio answered instantly. You did. My breathing got heavier. I looked at the photo again. The man's face looked familiar now. Not visually. Emotionally. Like a memory was trying to form, but kept collapsing before it became real. I slammed the logbook shut again. Harder this time. But it opened again immediately. This time faster. More aggressive. A new entry was forming while I watched. Ink spreading like a living thing. Officer Malik last seen at mile 6 checkpoint. Status, unresolved. My hands started shaking. I grabbed the radio mic. This is not normal. People don't just disappear from logs. The dispatcher responded instantly. Correction, people are only stable while observed. I froze. What does that even mean? I asked. No reply. Only static. Then another voice entered. The same soft one. The one that always felt too close. You're starting to notice the pattern. I turned sharply in the car. Empty seat. Empty back. But the feeling behind me wasn't empty. It was patient. Like it had time. I started driving again. Because staying still felt worse. At mile 3, I saw a patrol car parked on the side of the road. Same model as mine. Same markings. But when I passed it slowly, I noticed something inside. The driver's seat was empty. But the radio inside that car was still on. And it was repeating my voice. Not live. Recorded. Saying things I don't remember saying. I didn't stop. I kept going. But the road felt heavier now. Like it knew I was paying attention. At mile 4, I checked the logbook again without thinking. I shouldn't have. Another name had appeared. Officer Armin. I don't know an Officer Armin. But the moment I read it, I felt like I did. A memory flashed. A laugh inside the station. A briefing room. Someone standing beside me explaining route maps. Then it broke. Gone. I gasped. What is happening to me? I said out loud. The radio responded softly. Names stabilize reality. That didn't help. It made it worse. Because now I understood something I didn't want to understand. If names were disappearing, so were the people. At mile 5, I saw movement near the roadside. A figure standing still. Uniform. Officer stance. I slowed down instinctively. My heart started pounding. As I got closer, I recognized him. Or thought I did. My mind kept trying to lock onto his face. But it kept slipping away. Like the memory couldn't hold him long enough to exist. He raised his hand. Not waving. Not signaling. Just acknowledging me. Like he had been waiting for me to pass. I stopped the car. Rolled the window down slightly. Hey, I called. Are you assigned to this route? He didn't answer. But the radio did. Officer Malik confirmed active. My blood went cold, because that was the name that was missing before. I looked back at the roadside. The man was still there, but now he looked less solid, like the edges of him were fatting in and out, like he was only partially remembered by the world. I stepped out of the car slowly. The wind hit my face harder than before. Not cold, confusing, like it couldn't decide if I should feel it or not. I took one step forward. The figure flickered, just for a second, and I saw something behind him. A blank space, where his identity should have been. Like reality itself was refusing to hold him fully. He spoke then, for the first time, but his voice sounded like multiple voices layered together. Don't let the logbook finish your entry. My throat tightened. What does that mean? I asked. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he said something worse. They already started removing you. The radio crackled violently. Dispatch voice returned, but panicked now. Unit 13, confirm identity immediately. Your file is unstable. I looked down at my hands. For a split second, I thought I saw my own name fatting on the back of my glove. Just faint, like ink being erased from paper. I shook my head hard. No, I whispered. No, I'm still here. The figure on the roadside stepped backward, slowly dissolving into the air. And as he faded completely, his last words stayed behind like an echo. Once your name disappears, the road keeps driving you. I rushed back into the patrol car, locked the doors. The logbook was open again. But this time, there was only one line left. Empty space, waiting, like it was ready to accept the final version of me. The radio clicked one last time, and the voice that came through was no longer distant. It was mine. I saw the ink move before I even touched the logbook. It was sitting on the passenger seat like it always does. Old, heavy, leather cover scratched like it had been through fire and rain at the same time. Nothing special, just patrol paperwork, the kind you stop noticing after a few shifts. But that night, Highway 37 felt different. The road was too quiet, not normal quiet, the kind that presses into your ears until you start hearing your own blood move. I remember glancing at the dashboard clock, 11:47 p.m., still early in the shift. Then I looked at the logbook. Something was already written inside. I didn't open it. I just stared, because the pages were slightly open on their own, like someone had just finished writing and let go. My name was on the first line. Not typed, not stamped. Written in my handwriting. Officer R. Hale, Unit 7, Highway 37 Patrol, start time, 12:00 a.m. I felt my throat go dry. That was not possible. I hadn't written anything yet. I hadn't even started the official check-in. I turned my head slowly toward the radio. Static, soft at first. Then a voice came through. Dispatch. Unit 7, confirm status on Highway 37. I grabbed the mic. My shift just started, but my logbook. I stopped, because the page turned itself. Right in front of me. No wind, no touch. Just a slow, careful flip like fingers were doing it. And underneath my name, there was another entry. Same handwriting. Same pressure of ink. But it was already halfway through the shift. 11:52 p.m., patrol moving past mile marker 6. No incidents reported. Road appears normal but unusually quiet. My stomach dropped. I hadn't even crossed mile 2 yet. I looked outside. My headlights cut through empty road. No markers in sight except darkness and faded reflectors. I whispered without meaning to. That's not true. The radio crackled again. Dispatch replied, calm and flat. Copy, mile 6 noted. Continue patrol. I froze, because they were agreeing with something I hadn't done yet. The logbook shifted again. Ink spread across the page like it was bleeding. New line forming. 11:55 p.m. Officer reports feeling observed from roadside. No visual contact made. I felt it then. That exact feeling. Like something was standing just outside my headlights. Not crossing the road. Not moving. Just waiting. I slowed the car without thinking. My eyes scanned the shoulder. Nothing. But my chest didn't believe it. There's a difference between seeing nothing and knowing something is wrong. I kept driving. But now I wasn't alone in the car anymore. Not in any way I can explain properly. The logbook wasn't just writing. It was predicting me. Or worse, recording me before I did anything. I tried to close it. My hand touched the cover. Cold. Too cold. Like metal left in winter. And for a second, I swear I felt resistance. Like something inside didn't want it closed. I pulled harder. It snapped shut. Silence hit instantly. Even the radio went dead. Just pure static turned into nothing. For 3 seconds. Then the ink started leaking out from under the cover. Slow. Thick. Black drops falling onto my seat like blood that refused to stay inside a body. I backed my hand away. What the hell is this? The radio came back violently. Not dispatch this time. My voice. But delayed. Like it was being played back from a recording. Officer reports feeling observed from roadside. I jerked upright. That wasn't live. That was the logbook line. Playing through my radio. I slammed the radio off. The silence that followed was worse. Because now I could hear footsteps outside. Slow. Matching my speed. I looked through the right window. Empty road. But the sound didn't stop. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Like boots on gravel. Keeping pace with the moving car. I pressed the accelerator. The car didn't respond the way it should have. It felt heavy. Like the engine was pulling against something unseen. And then I saw it. The next road sign. Mile 7. But it was bent. Twisted slightly inward like it had been grabbed and pulled. The paint looked fresh. Too fresh. I slowed again without meaning to. My logbook flipped open again. Even though it was closed. I watched it happen. Page by page. Like invisible fingers were searching for the right moment. New line appeared. 12:00 a.m. Shift continues normally. Officer unaware of deviation en route. My throat tightened. That's not possible. I'm still on time. But I checked the clock. It flickered. 11:59 p.m. Then 12:00 a.m. Then 11:59 p.m. again. Like time couldn't decide what it was supposed to be. The road ahead shifted. I swear it did. The straight line I was driving on looked longer than it should have been. Farther. Endless. And the mile 7 sign was behind me now. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew. I had passed it without ever seeing myself pass it. The radio turned itself back on. A new voice came through. Not dispatch. Not mine. A third voice. Low, tired, close. Don't trust the logbook. My breath stopped. I whispered, "Who is this?" Static answered first. Then, Unit 7, you already asked that. My grip tightened on the wheel, because I never asked that. Not out loud. The logbook was open again. New ink forming fast now, no hesitation. Officer begins questioning identity of external communication. Cognitive drift detected. My hands started shaking. This wasn't a patrol anymore. This was documentation of something happening to me in real time. Or before real time. Or after. I don't know which one is worse. I tried to stop the car. Foot on brake. Nothing. The vehicle kept moving at a steady pace, like the road itself was pulling it forward. Then I saw headlights in my mirror. Behind me, another patrol unit. Same model. Same lights. Same motion. But too close. It shouldn't have been there. No one was scheduled on Highway 37 with me. I checked the logbook again without thinking. One new line had already been writ. Backup unit approaching Officer Hale for confirmation of identity. My mouth went dry, because I knew what was coming. The other car pulled closer. Slow, perfectly aligned. And I saw the driver, or what looked like one. Same uniform, same posture, same face, except it didn't blink. It just watched me like it was waiting for me to remember something I had forgotten. My radio clicked one last time. Dispatch returned. Final tone, calm final. Unit 7, confirm visual on Unit 7. I froze. The logbook ink spread again. One last line forming across the page, like a signature being forced into existence. Officer Hale confirms presence of duplicate unit. Protocol continues. I looked up. At the road ahead. At the mirror behind me. At the same car packing me perfectly. And I finally understood the problem. There wasn't one patrol on Highway 37. There were at least two. And I was no longer sure which one I was supposed to be. The ink was already drying on the last line when I realized I shouldn't have read it out loud. Final entry, do not finish this shift. My voice echoed inside the patrol car like it didn't belong to me. The logbook was open on my lap even though I hadn't touched it in minutes. The pages were no longer flipping. They were still, waiting. Like whatever was inside had already finished what it wanted to say. But the words weren't finished with me. The road ahead looked normal at first. Highway 37 stretched straight into darkness, lined with weak reflector posts that blinked like tired eyes. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the road had gotten longer again. Or I had gotten smaller. I checked the clock. 12:13 a.m. Then it flickered. 12:13, 12:13, 12:13. Like it was stuck chewing the same moment over and over. My radio cracked once. No voice. Just breathing. Slow, close, human. Then a whisper came through. Don't complete the loop. I sat up straight. That wasn't dispatch. That wasn't even recorded. That was right inside the channel like someone was standing next to the microphone, too close to their own thoughts. I swallowed hard. Who is this? Silence. Then the logbook moved on my lap. Not flipped, not turned. It shifted like something underneath. It had just changed its position. A new line appeared. No response required. Officer already knows. My fingers went cold. Already knows what. I forced my eyes back to the road. And that's when I saw it. The mile 9 sign. Again. Same broken angle, same rusted pole, same faded paint. Except I had already passed mile 9. At least 3 times tonight. I slowed the car without meaning to. The engine responded like it was tired, like it had been running longer than it was supposed to. My headlights hit the sign fully. and behind it was another sign. Same shape, same number, mile 9, stacked behind the first like copies of a memory that refused to end. I whispered, "This isn't possible." The radio clicked. A voice answered immediately. Mine, but older. Tired in a way I don't sound yet. "You said that last time." My grip tightened on the wheel. No, I didn't. The logbook flipped by itself again. Pages moving faster now. Not random. Structured. Like it was replaying something already written. New entry. 12:17 a.m. Officer attempts to deny loop awareness. Route remains unchanged. Emotional resistance detected. My chest tightened. I wasn't just driving anymore. I was being measured. Recorded like a reaction inside a controlled system. And the worst part, something in me felt like I had already accepted it. The road bent slightly ahead. Not physically, not fully. Just enough that my brain struggled to trust it. Like distance was being rewritten in real time. I turned the steering wheel slightly left. The car followed, but the scenery didn't change the way it should have. The same tree passed. Again. Same broken branch. Same white scar on the trunk. I blinked hard. It passed again. And again. 3 times in the same stretch of road. I slammed the brakes. The car stopped. But the world didn't. The road kept moving forward under me like I was parked on something alive. I turned off the engine. Silence hit instantly. Too clean. Too perfect. Then I heard footsteps again. Outside the car. Closer this time. Not behind me. Beside me. I didn't look. I couldn't. Because I already knew what I would see. The radio turned on by itself. Dispatch voice returned. Calm final. Unit 7 final instruction. Do not complete patrol. Return to base immediately. My breath caught. That was the warning. The one I was supposed to obey. But my eyes fell to the logbook again. And there it was. One last entry forming slowly like it needed time to decide if I deserved it. Officer has reached final decision point. Exit protocol available. My mouth went dry. Exit protocol. That sounded like freedom. But nothing on this road had ever meant what it sounded like. I looked up. The windshield was fogging from the inside, even though no one was breathing except me. Then a shape formed in the fog. Slow. Human outline. Standing just outside the hood of the car. Facing me. No movement. No urgency. Just waiting like it had been there longer than I had been aware of it. I didn't turn the wipers on. I didn't want it to disappear. Because disappearing felt worse than being seen. The radio whispered again. Not loud. Not official. Just close. You're already outside the shift. I shook my head slowly. No, I just started. A pause. Then, you started the last loop. My stomach dropped. The logbook snapped shut on its own. Hard. Like a final warning. The sound echoed inside the car, even after it stopped moving. And then everything went still. Even the footsteps outside stopped. Like the road itself was listening. I reached for the door handle. Stopped. Because I realized something that made my hands shake harder than anything else tonight. Every time I tried to leave the car before, I woke up back inside it. Engine running. Same time. Same mile 9 sign ahead. Same logbook open. Same entry already waiting for me. I wasn't stuck on Highway 37. I was stuck in the decision to leave it. The fog outside thickened. The figure at the front of the car stepped closer. Still no face. Just shape. Just presence. The radio made one final sound. A single sentence. Not from dispatch. Not from me. From something that knew exactly how this ends. If you finish the shift, you become the next entry. My throat tightened. The logbook lay on the seat beside me. Open again. Blank page waiting. Patient. Like it already knew I would continue. Like it had written this hesitation too. And somewhere far down Highway 37, I swear I saw headlights. Another patrol unit. Moving slowly toward me. Taking my place before I even decided if I was leaving mine. The radio died the moment I crossed the bend. Not crackling, not fading. Just gone. Like someone cut the air in half and took the sound with it. I remember my hand still holding the mic when I realized I wasn't getting anything back. No dispatch, no static, no emergency channel bleed, just silence so clean it felt artificial. My first thought was simple. Signal loss. My second thought didn't come from logic. It came from instinct. Turn back. But the road behind me didn't feel like behind me anymore. Highway 37 stretched both ways in a way my brain didn't want to accept, like direction had stopped being fixed. The bend I just passed was gone. Not hidden. Gone. Only straight road ahead. Only darkness ahead. No curve, no reference point, no proof I ever turned. I slowed the car. The engine responded too softly, like it didn't want to disturb the silence. I tapped the radio again. Nothing. I turned the volume knob anyway, like that would fix reality. Still nothing. That's when I noticed the first sign. The mile marker. It should have been mile 11. But the number was scratched out. Deep grooves, like someone had dragged metal across it again and again, until the paint forgot what it was supposed to say. Under it, something new had been painted. Not fresh. Not old. Just there. No signal beyond this. I swallowed hard. That wasn't official signage. That wasn't dot standard. That looked personal. Like someone had warned drivers after they already knew no one would listen. I kept driving anyway, because stopping felt worse than moving. The road ahead started to feel narrower. Not physically, visually. Like the darkness was pressing inward, shrinking my world frame by frame. I checked my rearview mirror. Empty road. No headlights. No backup. No trace of the world I came from. Just me and the reflection of my own eyes staring back too long. Too still. Then I noticed something behind me that shouldn't have been possible. My radio light flickered once, then turned on by itself. No signal. No input. Just power. The display wasn't showing frequency anymore. It was showing text. Not scrolling. Not glitching. Forming clean. Like it was being typed somewhere else and mirrored into my dashboard. You are entering last known signal zone. My foot lifted slightly off the gas. I didn't even realize I was holding my breath until my chest hurt. I whispered, "That's not possible." The radio responded instantly. Not voice this time. Tone. A single beep. Then words again. Confirm continuation. My hand went cold on the steering wheel. I didn't answer, but the car kept going anyway, as if silence was consent. The road dipped slightly downward now. Not a hill, more like a sink, like the highway was slowly lowering itself into something deeper. The trees on both sides became less defined, more like shapes remembering they used to be trees. I reached for the radio power switch. It didn't move. I tried again. Locked. That's when I saw the second sign. This one wasn't a mile marker. It was a wooden post. Old. Handmade. Hammered into the ground at an angle like it had been forced to stay upright. On it, carved deep into the wood, were words that looked scratched instead of written. No signal does not mean no, listing. I felt something tighten in my stomach, because that didn't sound like a warning. It sounded like observation, like something was still aware of me, even if I couldn't call out. I slowed down again. The headlights stretched farther than they should have. Too far, illuminating nothing new. Just more of the same road repeating itself in slightly different darkness. That's when I heard it. Not from the radio. From outside. A faint sound. Like someone speaking through fabric. Not words I could fully hear, but rhythm I recognized. Dispatch cadence. I rolled my window down slightly. The air that came in was colder than expected. Not weather cold. Absence cold. Like something had removed heat from the atmosphere and left only the memory of temperature behind. The voice outside got clearer. Still not readable, but structured. Like radio communication without a receiver. I turned the volume knob again instinctively. Still dead, but the voice matched my movement, as if it was tied to me, not the device. I whispered hello. The sound outside paused, then responded. Not louder, closer, and suddenly I realized something that made my skin go tight. It wasn't coming from outside the car. It was coming from the road itself, from the surface under my tires, like the highway was speaking upward through asphalt. I stopped the car completely. The engine idle, dropped into a low vibration that felt too loud in the silence. The voice under me stopped too, like it was waiting for me to decide whether I was still participating. I looked at the radio again. The screen changed. New text. Last known signal active only while in motion. My throat went dry. So stopping wasn't safety. Stopping was isolation. I pressed the gas again slowly. The car moved, and immediately the voice returned. Clearer now. Not English at first, then slowly translating itself into something I could understand. Unit confirmed moving, continuing track. My heart started to beat harder. Tracking, I whispered. The radio answered instantly. Yes. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. Nothing behind me, but the road behind the car felt occupied, like space itself was filling in what my eyes refused to show. I kept driving, because I didn't know what else to do. And that's when I saw it. Another mile marker. But this one was different. It wasn't numbered. It was blank. Just white paint stripped clean, except for one word written over it in black. Beyond. My headlights hit it and flickered. Just once, like the light itself hesitated. I slowed down again without meaning to. The radio reacted instantly. Do not reduce speed. I froze. That wasn't suggestion. That was correction. I pressed the gas again, but my hands were shaking now, because I understood something I didn't want to understand. This wasn't a road without signal. This was a road that only communicated while I was being observed. I looked ahead, and for the first time, I saw something that wasn't part of the highway. A shape standing in the middle of the road far ahead. Too still. Too centered. like it had been placed there rather than arrived. My headlights should have revealed more detail, but they didn't. They bent slightly around it instead, like light didn't want to touch it directly. The radio made one final sound. Not text, not voice, just my own recorded breath from earlier, followed by a sentence I never said out loud. Do not acknowledge the signal source. My grip tightened on the wheel. The figure ahead didn't move, but I felt it notice me. Not visually, something deeper, like awareness turning in my direction for the first time. The radio went silent again, but the silence didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like listening. And as I drove closer, I finally understood what last known signal zone really meant. It wasn't where communication ended. It was where something started using you as the connection. I saw the first convoy truck disappear before I even understood what I was looking at. It didn't crash, it didn't turn, it didn't stop. It just stopped existing past a certain point on Highway 37. 1 second it was there, headlights bright, radio chatter faint through my open window. The next second, the road ahead was empty, like something had taken a bite out of reality. My foot lifted off the gas without me thinking. I whispered, "Where did it go?" The radio answered immediately. Not dispatch, not a unit, just a calm voice that sounded too close. Maintain distance from convoy. I froze, because I hadn't even said I was part of it. My eyes locked forward again. 3 more patrol units were ahead of me, spaced evenly across the highway. Standard convoy formation, emergency response spacing. At least it looked standard. But something felt off. Their spacing didn't change with the road. It stayed too perfect, too controlled, like they were all following the same invisible line. I checked my radio channel. Static. Then a second later, the convoy channel lit up by itself. No input from me. Just activated. And I heard them. Breathing. Not talking. Just breathing across multiple units like they were all waiting for permission to speak. Then a voice broke through. Unit 1, confirming visual on mile 12. Another responded instantly. Copy, mile 12 confirmed. But I knew mile 12 was still ahead of me. Or at least it should have been. Because my speed, my time, my distance, none of it matched what they were reporting. I slowed down slightly to get a better look. The first convoy truck flickered, just for a fraction of a second, like a bad transmission. Then it was gone. No sound, no fade, no explosion. Just absence. I hit the brakes hard. My tires screeched. The convoy behind it didn't react. They just kept driving forward like nothing changed. Like they hadn't just lost someone. I felt my throat tighten. Did anyone see that? I said into the radio. Silence answered first. Then the convoy channel responded. All units visual intact. My stomach dropped. I looked again. The second vehicle was still there. But something was wrong with it now. Its headlights were slightly misaligned, like they were pointed in a direction that didn't match the road. I blinked, and it was gone. Again. No transition. No trace. Just empty road where a full patrol SUV had been seconds before. My breathing got heavier. This isn't normal, I whispered. The radio clicked, and a new voice came through. My own voice. Delayed. Calm. Detached. You said that at mile 9. My hands tightened on the wheel. No, I didn't. But the convoy channel kept talking like nothing was wrong. Unit 2, confirm position. No answer. Unit 2, confirm position. Still nothing. Then static. Then nothing at all. The third vehicle flickered. Not disappeared yet, but flickered like it was losing stability. Like the road itself was deciding whether it should keep existing. I slowed down more, and immediately the radio reacted. Do not reduce convoy speed. My heart skipped. I'm not in the convoy, I said quickly. Silence. Then, you are adjacent to it. I looked at my side mirror. Empty road. But the reflection didn't feel empty. It felt like something was packing me just outside the frame. The third convoy vehicle blinked out next. No sound. No warning. Just gone like the others. Now only one remained ahead. Leading. Still driving. Still unaware. Or pretending to be. I don't know which one is worse. I tried to switch frequencies. Nothing worked. Every channel fed back into the convoy line. Like I didn't have access to anything else anymore. The remaining unit spoke again. Approaching anomaly zone. That made my skin go cold. Because I hadn't heard that term before. But my body reacted like I had. Like something in me already knew what it meant. The road ahead started to bend visually again. Not physically, just perception. Like distance was folding inward slightly. The final convoy vehicle slowed. Not because of brake lights. Because of hesitation. Then it happened. The fourth unit disappeared. No flicker this time. No warning. Just gone mid-motion like it had been erased while still moving forward. My car jerked slightly as I instinctively hit the brakes. The radio exploded with static for half a second. Then silence. Pure silence. No convoy channel. No dispatch. Nothing. I was alone on the highway again. Or at least that's what it felt like. But the silence didn't feel empty. It felt watched. I kept driving slowly now. Careful. Every mile marker looked the same. Every stretch of road identical. But something was wrong with the rhythm of space. Like the highway was repeating sections without telling me. Then I saw it. A broken piece of convoy, debris on the side of the road. A cracked mirror. Fresh glass. Still reflecting headlights that weren't there anymore. I pulled closer without meaning to. And as I passed it, I saw something in the reflection. A vehicle. Behind me. Convoy unit. Still there. Still moving. But only in the mirror. I snapped my head around. Nothing behind me. No headlights. No engine sound. Just empty road. I looked back at the mirror. Still there. Still following. But not in reality. Only in reflection. My breathing got shallow. What is this? I whispered. The radio turned on again. Not static this time. Clear. One last message. Convoy units do not disappear. They transition. I swallowed hard. Transition where? No answer. But the mirror showed it. The convoy wasn't gone. It was still on Highway 37. Just not on the same version of it anymore. And now I was starting to understand something I didn't want to accept. The road wasn't deleting vehicles. It was separating them. Layer by layer. Reality by reality. And I was still driving through the wrong layer. The remaining convoy unit appeared again ahead of me. Suddenly, too close, like it had always been there. Its headlights hit mine directly. And for the first time, I saw inside it clearly. No driver, just an empty seat. Still moving, Still reporting. Still active. The radio whispered one final line into my ear. Calm. Almost gentle. You are now the last visible unit. The convoy vehicle ahead began to fade again. But this time, I didn't look away. Because I finally understood what happened after the last disappearance. Something is supposed to take its place. And I had a terrible feeling. I was next in line to become part of the convoy that no one on my side of the road could ever see again. The first headlights appeared just after midnight, floating in the fog like something that forgot it was supposed to have a body. I slowed the patrol car without thinking. My foot eased off the gas, but my eyes stayed locked ahead. The road on Highway 37 was empty, completely empty, except for those lights coming toward me. Two beams, white steady. But there was no engine sound, no tires on gravel, no wind drag, just silence that felt too clean, like the world had been muted. I reached for the radio out of habit. Nothing. Not static, not even a hiss. Just dead air, like the channel had never existed in the first place. That was the first thing that felt wrong. The second thing was the distance. The headlights were close, then far, then close again, like they couldn't decide how space was supposed to work on this road. I stopped the car completely. The engine idled for a second, then died. Not slowly, not like a failure. Just off. Like someone had switched it off from somewhere else. I sat there in the dark and watched the headlights keep coming. And I realized something that made my throat tighten. They weren't coming toward me. They were circling me. A slow arc, like they were tracing the edge of something invisible in the road. Every time I turned my head, they shifted position. Left, then right, then behind me for a fraction of a second that made my skin crawl. But there was still no vehicle. No reflection on the road surface. No shadow under the lights. Just light hanging in empty air. I whispered, "Dispatch, do you copy?" Nothing. Not even the comfort of silence this time. Just absence. That's when I noticed the first pattern. Every time the headlights passed in front of me, they were slightly brighter, like they were getting closer to understanding how to exist. I reached for the door handle, then stopped. Something about stepping out felt like a mistake I wouldn't be able to undo. Still, I did it. The cold hit me first, sharp, dry, too still. The second thing I noticed was the smell. Burnt rubber. Like a car had just stopped spinning after a long, violent loop. I looked down at the road, and my stomach dropped. Tire marks. Fresh ones. Circular. Not straight lines. Not breaking marks. Perfect circles burned into the asphalt like someone had been driving in place over and over again. My flashlight shook slightly as I turned it. Another circle. And another. All overlapping. All layered. Like hours had been spent here doing the same impossible movement. But there were no skid paths leading in or out. Just circles. Endless circles. I whispered, "No way." And that's when the headlights stopped moving. They froze. Right in front of me. Too close now. So close I could feel the light pressing against my chest like pressure. I raised the flashlight slowly. "Hello," I said, but my voice sounded wrong. Smaller, like it didn't belong to me. No answer. Just the hum of light. Then something changed. The headlights flickered once. And I swear on everything, I saw a shape behind them. Not a car. Not metal. A suggestion of something standing where an engine should be. Tall, narrow. Wrong in a way I can't explain without feeling it again in my chest. I took a step back. The second I did, the headlights advanced. Not driving. Not rolling. Just closer. like the space between us had been deleted. My radio suddenly crackled. I froze. Then a voice came through. Calm to calm. Unit 14, report status. I blinked. That was my unit number. But the voice wasn't dispatch. It sounded like me. A version of me that had already decided how this would end. I pressed the radio. This is Unit 14. I don't know what I've got. Lights, no vehicle attached. Road markings are. Static cut me off. Then the voice came again. But wrong this time. Slower. Like it was reading from a script I hadn't written yet. Observation confirmed. Continue patrol. I stared at the road. Continue patrol. There was no direction anymore. Just circles burned into the asphalt and headlights that didn't belong to anything. Still, my body moved. Not because I wanted it to. Because something in the routine was stronger than me. I got back into the patrol car. The engine started instantly. Like it had never died. That alone should have been enough to make me stop. But I didn't. I drove forward. And the headlights followed. Not behind me now. Beside me. Matching my speed exactly. I turned my head slowly. Nothing. No vehicle. Just light. It was like driving next to an idea that refused to be seen. That's when I noticed something worse. My speedometer wasn't changing. Even though I was accelerating, the needle stayed stuck at 0. The road was moving under me, but I wasn't going anywhere. I pressed the gas harder. Nothing changed. Then the radio clicked again. A new transmission. This time it wasn't a voice. It was a log entry. Read aloud. Incident note. Unit 14 encountered light source anomaly at mile 9. Visual confirmation incomplete. Subject unable to locate physical origin. I felt my hands go cold. Mile 9. That sign. That damn faded sign I passed earlier. I looked ahead. The road bent slightly. And I saw it again. The headlights. Still there. Still watching. But now there were more of them. 2 became 4. 4 became 6. All floating at different distances. All perfectly silent. All circling the road like they were learning my route. I muttered, this isn't possible. But the road didn't care. The radio clicked again. Another log. Unit 12 failed to return from Sector 3. Last transmission, identical visual conditions reported. Unit 12. I didn't recognize the name. But something in me did. Like a memory that didn't belong to this version of me. I blinked hard, trying to focus. The headlights shifted again. Closer. And this time I saw something new. Inside them. Not a figure. A reflection. But not mine. A man sitting in a patrol car. Me. But older. Worn down in a way that felt like years had been compressed into seconds. He looked at me through the light. And slowly shook his head. No. Just that. No words. Just warning. Then the headlights flared so bright I had to look away. When I looked back, the car was empty. No reflection. No figure. Just light again. And that's when I realized the worst part. The lights weren't following me. They were waiting for me to complete something. A loop. A route. A pattern burned into the road itself. I stepped on the gas again. This time the car moved. But not forward. Sideways. Like the road had rotated under me. The tires screeched slightly, even though I wasn't turning the wheel. And outside the window, the circles in the asphalt started aligning. Connecting. one by one, like they were forming a map, a path, a trap that only existed when you tried to understand it. The radio clicked one final time, and the voice came back. But now it wasn't calm. It was tired, almost apologetic. Do not follow the light. I whispered, what happens if I do? There was a pause. Then, you become the source. The headlights surged forward. All of them. Every direction at once. The windshield filled with white. No shapes, no road, no car. Just light swallowing everything. And in that moment, I understood something I wish I didn't. Highway 37 wasn't a place you drove through. It was something you joined. Something that added you to its pattern. The last thing I remember was the engine cutting out again. Not braking. Not failing. Just agreeing. And then the radio opened one last time. My own voice came through. Calm. Clear. Already recorded. Unit 14, report status. And I answered without meaning to, because my mouth moved before I could stop it. Continuing patrol. The headlights multiplied until there was no dark left to escape into. Just road. Just light. Just the endless turn that never ends. And somewhere inside that brightness, I saw another patrol car joining the loop behind me. Waiting its turn. Waiting to forget how to leave. It happened the moment I tried to mark it on the map. The bend on Highway 37 wasn't supposed to move. But when I looked up from the GPS, it wasn't where it should have been. I stopped the patrol car. Slowly, because my brain needed a second to accept what my eyes were telling me. The curve in the road had shifted. Not a little. Not a visual trick. It was in a different place. Like the highway had been redrawn while I wasn't looking. I whispered, that's not possible. But the road didn't answer. It never does. I checked the GPS again. The screen flickered once, then reset. No signal. Just a blank map with a single line that shouldn't have existed. Highway 37. And one moving point that was supposed to be me. But I wasn't where the dot said I was. That was the first real moment I felt it. Not fear. Something worse. Disorientation. Like the world was losing confidence in itself. I drove forward again, slowly this time. Watching the road carefully. Waiting for it to behave like a normal road should. But the bend stayed wrong. Every time I blinked, it looked slightly different. A little farther. A little closer. Sometimes angled left. Sometimes right, like it couldn't decide what shape it wanted to be. Then my radio clicked. I grabbed it instantly. Dispatch, I need confirmation on Highway 37 layout. The bend near mile 9. Static cut me off. Then a voice came through. Not dispatch. Not even human at first. Just breathing. Close to the microphone. Slow. Controlled. Like someone standing right behind me, using my own radio. I froze. The breathing continued. Then a whisper. Don't draw it. My fingers tightened. What? The radio hissed. Then silence. Just like that. Like it had never spoken. I looked at the road again and realized something that made my stomach drop. The bend wasn't just moving. It was reacting. Every time I tried to define it, visually, mentally on the map, it shifted away from understanding. Like it was avoiding being known. I turned the car around. Went back. Same stretch. Same distance. But the bend wasn't where I left it. It was behind me now. I swear I didn't turn. I swear I didn't miss anything. But there it was, curved in the opposite direction, like the road had quietly rotated itself while I wasn't paying attention. I laughed once, a short broken sound, because my brain was trying to protect me from accepting it. This is just GPS error, I told myself. But even as I said it, I knew GPS doesn't move roads. Only maps lie, not reality. I stepped out of the car again. The air felt heavier near the bend, like pressure, like something was folded wrong in space. I walked closer. Each step made my ears ring a little more. Not loud, just wrong, a frequency that didn't belong outside my head. When I reached the curve, I saw it. Paint marks, fresh ones, white lines that weren't there before. Someone had tried to draw the bend, but the lines were unfinished, like the painter had stopped mid-stroke or been interrupted mid-thought. I followed them with my flashlight, and that's when I noticed the problem. The lines didn't match the road. They were describing a different version of it, a version that didn't exist anymore, or hadn't existed yet. My radio crackled again, this time louder. Unit 14, confirm visual alignment. I whispered, what does that mean? No answer. Just the same command again. Confirm visual alignment. I looked at the bend, then at my sketchbook. Yes, I had started sketching it. I don't remember when, but my hand had drawn it without permission. And the curve on the page was already different from the one in front of me. My throat went dry. I tore the page out immediately. The moment it left the book, the road shifted again. The bend moved farther away, like it rejected being captured. I stumbled back. No, this isn't how roads work. But it was. On Highway 37, nothing worked the way it should. The radio changed tone. Softer now. Almost patient. Do not define the bend. I froze. That was new. Not a command. A warning. My breathing got shallow. Why, I asked. The answer came too quickly. Because it remembers you when you understand it. I looked at the curve again. And for a second, just a second, I thought I saw something standing at its center. Not on the road. In it, like the asphalt had opened slightly to hold something inside. A silhouette. Still. Watching. Then gone. I stepped back fast. My boot hit something metal. I looked down. A road marker. But it wasn't placed. It was growing out of the ground, like it had always been there. And on it was a number. Mile 9. But I had passed mile 9 earlier. Hadn't I? The memory felt unstable, like it was shifting when I tried to hold it. The radio suddenly switched frequencies on its own. A new voice came through. Different from dispatch. Different from me. Calm, clear. Too clear. Stop mapping the route. I whispered, who is this? A pause. Then, you already did. My chest tightened. I looked at the bend again, and understood something I didn't want to. The more I tried to understand Highway 37, the more it reorganized itself around me, like I was teaching it how to exist differently. The bend shifted again. Closer now. Too close. I ran back to the patrol car, jumped inside, locked the doors, but the mirrors showed something wrong. The road behind me wasn't straight. It was curved, looping, like the bend had multiplied. I turned the ignition. The engine started instantly. No hesitation. like it had been waiting for this exact moment. The radio came alive one last time, but this time it didn't speak. It showed text. On the display, old-style green letters. Final warning, stop observing. I stared at it, and before I could respond, the bend outside shifted again. But not on the road. On my windshield. The glass warped slightly, just enough for me to see a version of the road that didn't match reality. And in that version, I was already driving through the bend, already stuck inside it, already part of the shape. My hands started shaking. I whispered, I need to get out. But the road outside answered for me. Not through sound, through movement. The bend straightened, then curved again, like it was practicing, learning, and I realized the worst truth yet. It wasn't a place I was approaching. It was a system adjusting itself to contain me. The radio clicked one final time, and the voice, soft, almost sad, said, "You shouldn't have drawn it." The engine roared, not forward, but into the curve, and the bend finally stopped moving, because it had found its shape. Me. The radio was still on when I realized the truth. It wasn't dead. It was listening. That's what made it worse. I sat in the patrol car, hands locked on the wheel, watching the static crawl across the display like something breathing through broken glass. The engine idled too smoothly, too perfectly, like it had stopped pretending to be mechanical. Then the radio clicked. Not a burst of sound. A clean, intentional click. Like a door closing somewhere I couldn't reach. A voice came through. Calm, familiar. Mine. Unit 14, confirm status. I didn't answer right away, because I had heard that voice before. Too many times, but never from this side of it. I swallowed hard. This is Unit 14, requesting dispatch confirmation. My signal is. The radio interrupted me. No signal has ever left this zone. I froze. The words weren't spoken like a warning. They were spoken like a fact that had already been decided long before I arrived. I whispered, "That's not possible." The radio answered instantly. "It is recorded." My throat went dry. I looked out the windshield. Highway 37 stretched forward like it was pretending to be normal again. Straight lines, empty road, fog sitting low like it didn't want to witness anything. But I knew better now. Nothing here was normal. Not even silence. I checked my logbook. The same one I had been writing in all night. My handwriting was still there. But the entries weren't mine. Not fully. They were ahead of me, describing things I hadn't done yet. Each line carefully written like the outcome was already finished before I made the choice. I turned the page slowly, and my stomach dropped. There was a new entry. Fresh ink. Still wet. Unit 14 accepts termination of outbound transmission. I let out a shaky breath. I didn't write that. The radio answered softly. "You will." I slammed the logbook shut. Hard. Too hard. My hands were shaking now. Not from fear exactly. From recognition. Because I understood something I didn't want to understand. I wasn't losing signal. I was becoming part of the system that prevented it from leaving. I stepped out of the car. The air felt heavier than before, like the road was holding its breath. I walked toward the center of the highway. No cars, no wind, no insects, just that pressure again, that unnatural stillness that made my ears feel full of something that wasn't sound. I raised my radio. Dispatch if anyone can hear me. Confirm last transmission. Static. Then a burst of audio. Not words. Fragments. Overlapping voices. Some of them sounded like officers. Some sounded like me. Some sounded like neither. And underneath all of it, breathing. Always breathing. Then one clear sentence cut through everything. Every message you send becomes the reason you stay. I stepped back instantly. What does that mean? No response. Only static again. But now the static had shape. Patterns. Like it was forming structure out of noise. I felt it then. The shift. Something behind me. Not movement exactly. Expectation. I turned slowly. The patrol car was still there. But it looked different. The lights were on, even though I had turned them off. The radio inside flickered, like it was awake without me. I walked closer. Every step felt delayed, like the ground was reacting after I moved. Inside the car, the logbook was open again. I hadn't touched it. The page had changed. New entry. New handwriting. Mine again. Signal integrity decreasing. Unit 14 becoming source node. My chest tightened. Source node. I repeated it under my breath. What does that even mean? The radio answered. You will replace what was lost. A cold feeling crawled up my spine. I whispered lost. And that's when I heard it. For the first time. Not through radio. Not through static. But directly. All around me. Voices. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. Soft. Faint. Like layered recordings playing on top of each other. Some were pleading. Some were calm. Some were repeating the same thing over and over. Do not transmit. Do not transmit. Do not transmit. I covered my ears. But it didn't matter. The sound wasn't entering me. It was already inside. I dropped the radio. It hit the ground with a dull thud. And for a second, everything stopped. No voices. No static. No pressure. Just silence. Real silence. I almost believed I was free. Then the radio spoke from the ground. Without being held. Without power. Without anything. Transmission begins at termination of host. I backed away slowly. No, I'm not a host. The radio responded. You are now. The patrol car doors closed on their own. Click. The sound echoed too long. Too deliberate. Then the engine started. Even though I wasn't inside. Even though no one was touching it. It rolled forward slightly. Then stopped. Waiting. Like it was expecting me to continue something I didn't remember agreeing to. I turned away. Walked into the fog. Fast. Too fast. But the road didn't end. It never ended. Highway 37 stretched in every direction now. Not forward. Not backward. Just existing around me like a loop that had forgotten it was supposed to be linear. And then I saw it. A tower. No. Not a tower. A signal mast. Old. Rusting. Standing in the middle of the road like it had grown there instead of being built. At its base was a light. Flashing. Slow. Rhythmic. Like a heartbeat. I walked toward it without meaning to. Because something inside me recognized it. Like memory without origin. When I reached it, I saw the plaque. Faded. Barely readable. But still there. Highway 37 Signal Terminal. All outgoing communications return to source. My hands went cold. I whispered, source of what? The wind finally moved. But only around me. Not through me. And in that wind, I heard it. A voice. Not the radio. Not static. Something older. Deeper. It has been waiting for someone to finish the loop. I stepped back. No, I'm not finishing anything. But even as I said it, I understood the lie. Because everything I had done since entering this road had been progress. Not escape. Not survival. Progress toward completion. The radio, still on the ground behind me, spoke one final time. Soft. Final. Transmission accepted. The signal mast light stopped blinking. Just for a moment. Then it turned steady. And the fog around me shifted. Not clearing. Forming. Shapes inside it. Vehicles. Not moving. Just present. Waiting in positions I couldn't fully see. And then I understood the final part. No transmission had ever left this zone alive. Because nothing here was meant to leave. Only to continue. The patrol car rolled closer behind me. Engine steady. Patient. Like it had all the time in the world. I didn't turn around. Because I already knew what I would see. Another unit. Another driver. Another voice becoming part of the system. And in the distance, the radio mast clicked again. Waiting for the next signal. Waiting for me to become the one who keeps it alive.